I have heard it's hard to plan too far in advance as new releases and part shortages can cause the prices to fluctuate. However, I'd still appreciate the help if you don't mind, and since it's a first PC, I don't have any brand loyalty, so just about anything goes. As far as the purpose behind the PC, I'm planning on using it for gaming, games like Path of Exile 2, Rocket League, various FPS, AAA games, just about all types of games. I think I'd like to prioritize the performance on it for gaming more than anything else, so sacrificing some quality to run on 1080 would be fine. I also don't have a micro center very close to me, around 4 hours away. For the price range, most likely in the 2 to 3K range, US dollars. However, I don't have any monitor, mouse, keyboard, or operating system, which will likely eat into that price. But I'd love recommendations on those two if you have any. I remember when I started building my first PC, it took me probably 4 months just to research all the parts and like save money and just to see what to buy, right? Because you don't really know. There's a lot of brands. You're not sure. Everything is so new. You don't know if you think about everything or not. So I'm here to help, and I just want to quickly note that since then I have been working as a professional PC builder in a local computer shop, and I've built plenty of PCs. Say this is me right here in my lab. I don't work there anymore, but I do have a lot of experience building computers, and I'm also a gamer myself. I actually played a lot of the games that he said. I didn't play Rocket League, but I did play Path of Exile, not the newest one. I played the former one. I want to show you. So I have some 148 hours on Path of Exile. I didn't play it too much, but I do have some experience. I played a lot of Counter-Strike. I have over 5,000 hours on Counter-Strike. And I also play some AAA games like Battlefield, for example. I really like Battlefield, and yeah, I know pretty much everything you need to know in terms of building a good gaming station for those kind of games. I had a lot of computers since then, and I still do, and I also have peripherals, and I have a pretty good idea on what you need in terms of everything, like the complete package, right? Not only the PC itself, but also recommendations for some other parts. Now, I did already made a list. I was going through some stuff, and I built a PC, not only the PC, like a whole gaming station for around $3,000 US. And I want to do this from the beginning, just to show you kind of the thought process, why I chose the parts I chose, what other parts I had in mind, and kind of what was the decision-making process and why I chose this part over a different part. And also because he said it's 2 to 3 the $1,000 range, I want to show you what kind of compromises you can make to lower down the price a little bit if you don't want to spend that much. And with that in mind, we are not going to compromise performance. So because performance is the main thing here in this build, I want to show you what kind of compromises you can make without, like what changes you can make without compromising performance, because that's what is very important for us. By the way, the site I'm using to do this is called pcpartpicker.com. If you don't know what this site does, basically it allows you to make a list of PC components and parts, including monitors, keyboards, mouse, pretty much everything you can think of. And it does price comparison between different merchants and in different countries. Okay, so because you are from the US, I'm gonna choose US. And we're gonna go ahead and start a new build here. And when you go ahead and you choose parts like a CPU, motherboard, what you can do is go on the filters to merchants, and you can filter only Amazon. Okay, so gonna remove all the other stuff here, leave it only on Amazon. And yeah, for CPU, let's go ahead and start by saying with this kind of price range, the best CPU you can get is the Ryzen 7 7800X3D. You can go with a 9800X3D, but it does cost significantly more, and the performance difference doesn't really worth it. It's basically the same CPU, but a newer generation. The performance difference is like around 8% in averages. The performance difference is not that big, and it's certainly not worth 120 or something like that dollars of difference. So in terms of our CPU, I'm gonna go ahead with the 7800 X3D. This pretty much will give you all the performance you need for a system like this, and you will be able to play any kind of games, not only on 1080p, but also on 1440p. Now, for the next part, I'm gonna leave it right now. When I do this builds, I don't rush to choose a CPU cooler. I try to think about the whole system, right? The whole case. What kind of a case I'm getting, what kind of a motherboard, and then I can start playing with parts like a CPU cooler, because a CPU cooler is something, it's important to choose a good CPU cooler, of course, but you have a lot of options. And if you decide to build like a mini PC, then you probably can't fit a big cooler, right? So you need a smaller cooler. And if you build a big PC, you can go with a big cooler. Maybe you can go with water cooling. You know, you have like a lot of options that don't necessarily affect performance, but more aesthetics and like looks, you know, how you want your PC to look. The good thing about Ryzen CPUs is that they don't overheat too much. You don't need a crazy cooler to cool those CPUs. And as long as you get a good cooler, good enough cooler, you should be totally fine. So let's go ahead and choose a motherboard. But again, if we are going to go with a motherboard, it is important to know if you want to build a small system or a big system. In this build, I'm gonna pick a mid tower, okay, because you didn't specify if you want like a small PC or a big one, or I guess it's either not as important for you or it doesn't matter for you. In that case, going with a mid tower is probably the better option. A mid tower PC can go pretty much everywhere. You can put it on the floor, on the table. It doesn't need to be something super huge and heavy, and building small computers can have some drawbacks and some parts compatibility issues, especially if this is your first PC. I'm not recommending going with a small build because it's very hard to build, okay? For example, you can see in the photos that I showed you where I worked, right? Most of the computers people get are mid towers. They don't get like full towers or big, very big cases, and they also don't get small cases, because this is the pretty much like the most balanced case you can have. So with that in mind, most of motherboards you can get are going to be either in a micro ATX form factor or a full ATX form factor. And just to show you what I mean, so if you take a look here on this picture from Tom's Hardware, you can see that micro ATX are the middle kind of mid-size motherboards, and full ATX are the, like, let's say the normal size you can get of motherboard. And mini ATX will be probably if you are going to do a very small, like very mini style PC. Now, in terms of performance, the size doesn't matter as much of the type of the motherboard you get, but going with a bigger motherboard does have some advantages in terms of upgradability path, especially. And for me, as a PC builder, I found it a little bit more easier to build with full ATX motherboards because you have more space, you have more connectors and headers if you want to plug a lot of fans, if you want to maybe upgrade like storage, you have more storage spaces and stuff like that. So it's for me, if you are going on a mid tower case, you probably want to go with the full ATX motherboard. And the end of the day, it does really matter more which motherboard you get and not the size of the motherboard. So if I see a good deal on a micro ATX motherboard, even though I have a mid tower that can fit a full ATX motherboard, I'm still gonna get the micro ATX motherboard. And I will show you in a second how to determine if it's a good motherboard or not in terms of like the overall package, like how it performs, like does it have good build quality, which brands you should look at and stuff like that. But if we can get a good full ATX motherboard, of course, I'm gonna go with this. So let's go ahead and see what kind of motherboards we have. And I also want to show you how I go about filtering when I'm searching for a motherboard. So first of all, of course we can search by size, but I'm gonna leave the size for now because like I said, I want to see like all the options, right? Even if I have like a good micro ATX motherboard option, I'll go for it. And you can also sort by chipsets, and chipsets can be important. In AMD, it's pretty easy to choose a chipset, in my opinion, because you pretty much have only one chipset you should go with. It doesn't matter which price range you are looking to buy your computer with. Now, if you have infinite money, yeah, of course, you can buy whatever you want, right? But most people, and when I say most people, I even talk about myself. When I build computers, I try to like get the stuff that I need. I don't want any stuff that I don't need, right? It's like when you buy a car. Even though you have a ton of money, of course you can buy a Ferrari. Do you need a Ferrari to drive from your home to work? Probably not. Is it nice? Yeah, of course. If you have the money, go ahead and buy a Ferrari. But in motherboard chipsets, the Ferrari for AMD will be the X870 or the X870E, which is the extreme version. I'm not going to choose those because the only thing the extreme motherboards and the X870 motherboards really do for AMD CPUs is allow you to overclock them like crazy, do some crazy overclocking, and they have like very good power management, and they also allow a ton of connectivity for different parts. For example, if you want to put like maybe 2 GPUs on your system or like a ton of hard drives, the chipset, what it does is basically acts as the brain of the motherboard, and it funnels all the data that is being transferred between different parts in the system. The only job the motherboard needs to do is to make all the parts talk together. And the X870 motherboards, they offer a lot more than what you really need. What I mean by this, if you are going with a CPU that you want to plug in and just power on your computer and start playing games, you're not gonna start doing overclocking and add a bunch of like hard drives, put like 3 GPUs and stuff like. You're not gonna do that. No one pretty much does it. If you're the kind of guy that does stuff like this, you probably don't need to watch this video. But my point is you pretty much never ever need to go for the highest like extreme motherboards. It's a waste of money. As simple as that. Now, on the other hand, we have the B series motherboards. And in the B series, because we just changed generation in AMD, you have the older B650 generation, which you also have a B650E is extreme, right? And you have the newer B850. Now, the only thing you should consider if you go for a B850, like what's the big difference, right? B850 has support for something that is called PCIe Gen 5. And PCIe Gen 5 allows you much higher transfer speeds for both of your storage and for your graphics card.
Just a quick note here. Actually, some B650 and B650E models can also support PCIe Gen 5, while not all B850 motherboards have PCIe Gen 5. So this is a quick fix for something that I said that is wrong, and I just wanted to make sure that you know I made a mistake.
With that said, PCIe Gen 5 speeds don't make a huge difference in performance, and there's plenty of videos about it on YouTube. But because we are building a new PC and I want you to think about the future, right? Of course, we are building a computer now, but maybe in the future you want to upgrade. Choosing a more newer motherboard, especially if you have the budget for it and the price difference is not that big, will be a better option. And I've looked at some prices between B650 and B850. The price difference is not that big. Like you can get you can get the same B650 motherboard for extra $10. It will be a B850 and it's like pretty much the same motherboard. Sure, spend that extra $10, get the newest stuff. A motherboard, it's something, especially with AMD, it's something that you can carry over if you decide to upgrade your CPU or something like that, or add fast storage, or get like a new graphics card, which we will get in this build, a new graphics card that has PCIe Gen 5. So I want to squeeze pretty much every bit of performance I can. Even if the price difference is not that big, of course I'm going to do that. So let's go ahead and choose B850. Other than this filter, another filter I can do is if it's something that is important to you, I like to have Wi-Fi, built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. If you pick a motherboard with Wi-Fi, it will also have built-in Bluetooth. Motherboards with Wi-Fi, they don't cost as much more as you think they are, and they offer a really good value compared to if you get like a USB stick with Wi-Fi. The built-in Wi-Fi on a motherboard, it's much more stronger. It's 10 times better. It's like no question asked. So it's nice to have. Okay, so the other thing we are going to do is to sort everything by price. And I'm going to go from lowest to highest. And even though we have a good budget, the reason why I do this is because sometimes you can get pretty good deals on motherboards and the price will shock you. You'll be like, really? Is that all it costs? You know, it's like, it's pretty crazy. So I like to go from lowest to highest. And the main competitors in the market of motherboards will be Gigabyte, Asus, MSI. ASRock has some pretty good motherboards, but there's one key difference that you need to look in terms of performance. If you're looking for a good performing motherboard, this is the thing that you want to look for. In each motherboard, you will go ahead and take a look. Yeah, let's, for example, take a look on this ASRock motherboard. Sometimes they will list how many power phases the motherboard has, okay? And power phases are very important because power phases are the parts in the motherboard that sits next to the CPU right over here, and they deliver power to the CPU. Okay, so I'm gonna say it again nice and slow. The power phases, let's do some more wide explanation, okay, how exactly it works. Power goes from your wall to your PC. Wall outlets have two options. If you live in the US, you have 100 or 120 volt. If you live in Europe and other places in the world, you have 230 volt power going from your wall. Now, a CPU doesn't need 200 volts of power. actually what it really needs, it's around 1.5, 1.5 will be too high, but around 1.4, 1.3. It really depends on which CPU you're using, but how do you go from 100 volts to 1 volt, right? That's the purpose of a power supply and a motherboard. Okay, so the power supply gets all that current from the wall, okay, and it splits it into small little pieces that each part on your computer can understand. Now, when you do this conversion, there is a lot of energy waste. And we'll talk about it when we will choose a power supply, about all the 80 plus ratings, what exactly it means. The conversion, when you take 100 volts and you split it into small little pieces, there's a lot of energy waste. And because a CPU doesn't sit always on the same voltage. Okay, it's like a car, for example. If you drive on your car 30 miles an hour and 100 miles an hour, there's a huge difference in fuel consumption, right? So the same goes for your computer. If your computer is doing nothing, the CPU doesn't draw a lot of power. But when it does do something, like you're gaming, for example, and your CPU needs to run faster and activate all of its cores, then yes, you will want probably a little bit more voltages. So the power phases, what they do is they take all the current that you get and they split it into sections. And every time the CPU needs something, is like, oh, okay, I need this. Okay, wait, give me more power from here. Oh, wait, I need more power. So that's the whole idea of power phases. The only part in the motherboard that really affects the performance of your CPU is the power phases. If the motherboard has not as good power phases, and I will show you how to see like what's good, what's not, then yeah, you might lose some performance. To say even more than that, you might not lose performance, but if the motherboard doesn't have good cooling solution, the PC will run a little bit hotter. And running hot, it doesn't necessarily makes the performance worse, but it does affect the longevity of the computer. So component running hot for a long period of time will probably destroy itself faster than a component that stays nice and cool. Okay, so that's the idea behind it. So the first distinguish you can do is with your eyes. So the VRMs, the parts that I talked about, they are called VRMs. You can see all these little choke points right over here, these little square ones. These are where the current stays when it comes from the power supply. So if you've seen my build videos, you've seen that I'm connecting a cable that is called an EPS 12 volt cable. It's also called a CPU power cable to this part of the motherboard right over here. And you will see that motherboards have sometimes 8 pins, sometimes 16 pins, sometimes they have 8 plus 4, like here in this motherboard, for example. And basically means like how much power is running into like the motherboard. But once the power comes here, this is like a middle station where it stays and waits for the CPU to ask for that power. Okay. So you can see the amount of VRMs you have, and you can see also there's like big metal pieces that stay on it, because these parts, when they store voltages, they get pretty hot. They can get up to like 100 degrees sometimes. And having good cooling will affect on how much cooler this motherboard will stay. If you take a look on a more premium motherboard, yes, this one for example, you can see the difference in cooling it has. It has the same pins. It's eventually it's the same power, right? But you can see how much bigger of a cooler it has for the VRMs here. You can't even see the VRMs because they are covered in so much metal and so much cooling that you can't even see them. So that's the first thing that you can see with your eye, like, oh, this motherboard has some serious cooling on it, so it's good, right? But the second thing you need to watch for is how many power phases it has. And the more power phases you have, the better. But there's a point where you kind of say, okay, having more power phases doesn't really affect the performance here, unless if you do overclocking, right? That's where the X870 chipsets that I talked about before comes in place. So they will have like a ton of power phases and like all kind of like settings that you can change and voltages you can change. None of that is really matters for you. So I'm just gonna stay away from that and like move on, right? But you want to have a good motherboard with good power phases, okay? Okay, so if we take a look here, I already know pretty much all the motherboards in this list because I, I love just to see and check and like see which motherboard has more like good power phases and like is it good, is it not. It's like okay, this one is $160. It has 10 plus 2 plus 2. Okay, does the VRM cooling looks good here? Oh yeah, nice, it looks good. Okay, but this is this is a micro ATX motherboard. How about I would try maybe see how much an ATX motherboard will cost me. And let's see, I'm gonna put ATX motherboards, right? And oh, I have the same model. Okay, same model. So this is a Gigabyte B850 gaming, but it's bigger. Okay, it's bigger. Does it has the same power phases? Oh no, it has 6 plus 2 plus 2. So wait, how as a smaller motherboard it has more phases? Well, this is the kind of stuff that you need to pay attention to because sometimes you can fall in those tiny little details. And this is why the reason why I'm not going like if each motherboard, I'm trying to explain the concept so you can like if you want a different motherboard, for example, from what I chose, and I will show that in a second, you will know how to distinguish and say, okay, is that a good motherboard or not? Like, how do I know? So this is how you know, and it's hard sometimes. You can fall in this like small little stuff. So if you take a look here on the the micro motherboard, and by the way, the reason I knew instantly that this is a micro motherboard, besides looking on its size and recognize it after you see so many motherboards in your life, yes, you can pretty much see it right away, but you can also see the letter M in the model, and the letter M says that it's a micro motherboard. So this is the Gigabyte B850M Gaming X, and this one is Gigabyte B850 Gaming. There's no X here. So the X allows it to have more power phases. So let's see if we can find an X. There it is. And you can see this is the reason, by the way, why I sort when I choose parts from lowest to highest. Not because I'm trying to go cheap, okay? Because sometimes you can see stuff like this which are ridiculous, okay? Take a look at this. You have the same motherboard, right? So this is, sorry, here. That's the B850 Gaming, okay? On Amazon, it goes for $180. And you have the B850 Gaming X, $180. How is that possible? Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. This motherboard, the non-X version, has no deal on it, okay? But the X version actually costs $30 more, but you can get it for the same price. And if you go ahead and take a look on how many power phases it has 12 plus 2 plus 2. And this motherboard has 6 plus 2 plus 2. So that's how you do your research and choose which motherboard to get. Now there's a lot more differences with those motherboards, not only by the power phases. For example, let me go ahead and put, by the way, you should also notice these notes that Amazon put here sometimes, frequently returned item. So if you see a note like this, it either means that people are unsatisfied with the product, or it has like a lot of RMAs. RMAs are when, you know, something is not good and you return it, then yeah. It could have been maybe because people bought this motherboard and then Amazon did a deal on the X version and they were like, bro, you stole my money. Like, why? It's yeah, it's insane. So you need to pay attention to those things. But okay, I digress. I want to show you the difference between the X version and the non-X version, not only in terms of the power phases, but also in some other stuff. This is, for example, where full ATX motherboards have some advantages compared to a micro ATX motherboard. For example, you can see these three lines over here. Okay, so you probably saw in one of in my build video where I put the small storage device, the SSD, goes right over here. So on a full ATX motherboard like this, you have 1, 2, 3, which is quite nice, right? You get one drive, you want to upgrade in the future, you want to add more storage, you have 2 more slots. Now, not all of these slots are the same speed, okay? So bear in mind, we can take a look on the specs. I'm not going to do it right now. You can do it by yourself if you want. You can go ahead and see what PCIe version they support, okay? And by the way, with the B850, because that's the newer generation of motherboards, you will get PCIe Gen 5 for at least one of the slots. The other ones will probably be PCIe Gen 4. With that said, I'm not recommending buying a PCIe Gen 5 SSD right now because they're pretty expensive and they also don't have that much of a difference in terms of performance for gaming. The only performance difference an SSD can do, and we will talk about it when we get to the SSD, is when you load maps, for example. Okay, so you load up a game, the map is loading, faster SSD, the faster the map will load. But again, there is a point where the SSDs these days, even PCIe Gen 4, are so fast that you don't really need any more than that, and you probably won't feel any difference if you go with like a PCIe Gen 5 drive, and it will cost you more, and it's money where you can spend it in other places, like getting good peripherals, for example. Okay, but having more slots to upgrade, that's a good thing. So you can see all the free slots right here, they are opened, they don't have any cover. Okay, and if you take a look on the X version, you can see they have a huge cooling plate over here. Okay, so you open this cooling plate and then you have the same 3 slots under it. Okay, I know it's you can't really see it here, but trust me, they are there. You can check in the specs, you will see them. You can see like one screw here, another one here, another one here. Under this plate, by the way, which is made out of metal, there will be also, and I think you can see it in the video, where sometimes I will peel this little plastic and you will see like a thermal pad under it. And that thermal pad will sit on top of your storage drive. It will help dissipate the heat from the drive, and the metal piece will help to cool it. Okay. Now, do you need it? Probably not, because if you have a motherboard that doesn't have it, it's either one of 2 things. Either you don't get a crazy high-end SSD that, you know, it's getting really super hot, okay? Or you can buy SSDs that do have a cooling plate on them, a heat spreader. And this is something that you also need to think about, right? If you buy a motherboard, like if you get an SSD that has a heat spreader and you buy, for example, this motherboard, then you won't be able to use the built-in heat spreader that this motherboard has. So it's kind of thing like where, okay, if I get a better motherboard and it has a heat spreader, I probably can save money on my SSD and not spend money on a SSD with heat spreader, because a SSD with a heat spreader costs more, right? So it's those kind of things where I don't show you in particular what to get, but like what to build, like think in advance and choose your parts wisely. So the next thing that you will look at the motherboard to see if like it's a good motherboard or not, I like to take a look on the amount of USB ports it has. And it really depends on what is the purpose of your PC. Because if it is only for gaming, you don't need a ton of USB ports, right? Like you're probably gonna plug your mouse, your keyboard. I don't know, maybe you'll buy some microphone to talk with your friends or something like that, but you don't really need too much USB ports. And in the past, there used to be also a difference in like big differences in the audio solution on a motherboard in the sound card. These days, it's a little bit less because with time, manufacturers understood that the sound and the quality of sound comes primarily more from the headphones that you buy and less about the sound card that is in the motherboard. For example, you can get a motherboard with like the best sound card ever, but if you have a crappy headphones, then you didn't do too much with it, right? But if you have good headphones, even with a basic sound card, you will still get much better audio. Other than that, there's nothing too much to see on a motherboard in order to understand if it's like performing good or not. And it is more about the aesthetics in the end of the day. If you see that it is a good motherboard and you like the aesthetics, then yeah, that's what I would go with. Let's go ahead and take a look again at our list. And we can see that ATX motherboards, B850 motherboards, starts from around $180, right? There's only one motherboard here, which is 164. And it is actually a pretty decent motherboard. It has 8 plus 2 plus 2 power phases. And also, although not all of the M.2 storage spots for your SSD have a heat spreader, it still have at least one. And to be honest, most of the times, especially if you're building like a new computer, you're probably going to put at the beginning just one SSD. Okay, you're not going to put like 2 or 3 unless you're like really doing something in like intentional and you want to have like separate drives for certain workloads and stuff like that. So this motherboard actually looks really, really good. And let's take a look at the I/O ports. So yeah, it has good amount of USB ports. But let's see if we bump the price just a little bit, because again, we have a good budget here. I want to see what we can get, for example, in the $200 price range. So one motherboard could be this Asus TUF Gaming one. Okay, and these motherboards are actually very reliable and they have a pretty good reputation. Although sometimes with Asus, especially with the TUF Gaming lineup, you do pay a lot of times for the name and for the brand. And yes, they are very reliable. There's a reason why they cost more. But you can see that there's the amount of like things or features you have on a board like this is pretty similar to what we saw on the Gigabyte motherboard. So we have 3 M.2 slots, which one of them is covered by a heat spreader and 2 of them are not. So you can see one here and the third one is here, the bottom. The back of the motherboard has pretty much the same layout. There's nothing too special, too crazy here. And you do get a little bit less power phases. It is still a good motherboard. I would still consider to buy this if you're looking for this aesthetics or you like this brand or what it means. But you do pay a little bit extra, right? So let's see, okay, what else can I get? This MSI Mag B850 Tomahawk, for example, is probably one of my most favorite boards out there. I'm gonna be very honest, I'm actually considering buying one for myself for quite a while now, and one of the reasons why I really like this motherboard is because MSI is doing a lot of special things in terms of reliability for this motherboard. It has 8 layers PCB. They use like very high-end copper to manufacture the board. It's very durable, very reliable. I also in particular really like the aesthetics of it. I think the black, like kind of stealth with green accents that it has really does it for me. I don't know why, but I'm coming from an era where gaming was like all black and green and, you know, like red and black. And I just kind of reminds me the times where I started building computers. One of the things that I like about this motherboard, and it is something that I talked about in a video that I made a while back, it has dual USB, internal USB 3.0 ports. And this is good if you are buying a case that has a ton of USB ports at the front. Let me give you an example for that. If you want, I will put a link for that video over here so you can watch it and see why it is important. But for example, if you take a look at this Corsair 7000D airflow case, if you go ahead and take a look on the amount of USB ports it has, you can see it has 4 USB 3.0 ports, which is very important that all of these ports are 3.0 and not like if you have 2 USB 3.0 or 2 USB 2.0, it's a total different story. But the reason why it is important is because each 2 ports, USB 3.0 ports, has one cable that you need to plug on the motherboard. Now, most motherboards, and when I say most motherboards, pretty much like most of them, have only one plug for that, for the like that USB 3.0 header. They have only one of those. And you can see, for example, the Asus Tough Gaming motherboard has this one over here. On the MSI, they put it in an angle, okay, so it's a 90-degree angle, but you have 2 of them. So for example, if you buy a case like this one, if you buy the Asus Tough motherboard, then 2 of your ports won't work. You won't have a way to plug the other 2. And those kind of things that's also the reason why I made that video. And you know, because I've seen that mistake a lot of times, and it's not anyone's fault because you can't really expect those kind of things, right? And you can't really know unless like you start building the computer. But yeah, those kind of stuff you can sometimes fall into, and like, you know, it's a shame because then you need to get like an adapter to a USB 2.0. And by the way, the reason why I said the 2.0 is important is because in every motherboard you have at least, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but over here at the bottom you can see it says USB. Let me actually download this image. So you can see it here at the bottom of the motherboard, it says USB, and also here USB. So this motherboard has 2 USB 2.0 headers, okay? And each one gives you 2 ports. So in this case, if you are getting, for example, if you have a case that has, let's say, 2 USB 3.0 ports and 2 USB 2.0 ports, then buying a motherboard like the Asus Tough Gaming one would be totally fine. Because if you take a look on the Asus motherboard, it also has 2 USB 2.0 headers. It's these ones right here. So in total, you can plug up to 4 USB 2.0, not 3.0. Okay, and you have also the 3.0 header. And something that it is important to mention, that some devices, and when I say some devices, I especially mean AIO liquid coolers, and I will show that in a second when we'll talk about liquid coolers, or not in a second, but later when we talk about liquid coolers. Some liquid coolers, you know, especially those ones with like the screens and they have like the temperature showing up on the block and stuff like that, they actually require a USB cable that is connected to one of those headers in order to get all the information showing up on the display. If you want, for example, to change the theme of the display or the colors or something like that, like to control it with the software, then you need to plug a USB cable to one of these ports. And if you have, for example, just one port and you buy an AIO and you need to plug that USB cable over here, but your case also has two USB 2.0 ports and you need a cable for that, then you don't have enough. And it's those kind of things that you can't really know in advance when you're just starting out and building computers, and it's something that you learn over time. And there is a solution to everything, right? You can get a splitter, you can get an adapter, you can do all kind of things, but I'm showing you this because I want you to know that first, there's a lot of stuff that you should know and you should try to be as prepared as possible, and I'm here to help you with that, okay? But second of all, even if like during your build you found out this kind of thing, you can always find a solution for it, so don't worry too much about it. Back to our MSI motherboard, the reason why I really like it also is because even by taking a look at the picture, you can see how much time MSI invested in really making sure this motherboard is very durable and made out of very high quality materials. And you can just see the build quality through the pictures. So just saying it all. And I think this motherboard is probably one of my favorite motherboards of all time. So also the back panel, the amount of IO ports you have in a board like this is much more richer. So you have like 3 Type-C ports, right? You have bunch of USB. You have better audio solution in a board like this. You might find like maybe Wi-Fi 7 and a 5 gigabit internet connection if you're into that and if you need that. So it's those kind of things that make a board a little bit more premium and worth your money. And that's the reason why I really like it. I think the motherboard that I chose for this build is actually this one. And this is the Gigabyte Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7. And I think the reason why I went with this motherboard is because, first of all, it offers really good power design. So it's 14 by 14 plus 2 plus 2. And I think the aesthetics of it is just talks to a lot more wider audience. Okay, so it looks very modern. Of course, it's a very good board. It is actually very similar to the Gigabyte Ego one, to this one. If you take a look between those two, let me show you. They do look very similar. Okay, like the design of the board is very similar. It's just the Aorus one, they do invest a little bit more in the cooling for the M.2 slots. It has much more USB ports at the back. Also a higher audio solution, a higher end audio solution. Everything about this board is just a little bit more premium, right? It's like the aesthetics of it is very nice. And people really, really like this like style of motherboards. I also wouldn't mind one. Gigabyte, if you want to send me, yes, please. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, it's those kind of things that you say, okay, I'm already investing $200 in a motherboard. I might as well get something that I really like, and I really like the aesthetics of it. For me, I'm just trying to do a build and complete an aesthetic. So you'll see later why I chose this motherboard, for example, and not the MSI or the Asus one. I think it offers a little bit better package, although it doesn't have 5 gigabit LAN like the MSI has. But again, it's the kind of things, that's why I'm showing you all of this, so you can like understand what you're buying into and do your like what you can what you can afford not to have and what you want to have. Okay, so I think that's pretty much sums it up. If you go higher than that, you can get some very extreme motherboards such as this Asus ROG Strix motherboard. I actually don't really like those motherboards for a completely different reason. I had a very bad experience with the Strix lineup when it comes to their motherboards in terms of reliability. We had a lot of RMAs in the shop where I worked with those motherboards. And again, here it's also you usually pay a lot not for the performance, because as you can see, this motherboard has the same 14 +2 power phase design, and all the other stuff is pretty much the same. You have the same amount of M.2 slots. Actually, I think this one has 4 M.2 slots. I'm sorry, yes, 4. No, so it was my mistake. It's not 3. So you have 1 here, you have 1 here, and you have 2 more here. So you do get some extra stuff. It has the like Asus ROG logo, like illuminated in RGB, and they also usually have a pretty rich amount of USB ports at the back. So there is something to those boards, the reason why they cost so much. But for me, I had just really bad experience with them, and I usually try to avoid them. I think they don't really worth the money, if you ask me. And if you really want the aesthetics and the looks, then yeah, you can go for a motherboard like this. But in terms of performance and value, you don't really get to more than what you can get with the other motherboards that I showed you. Even going with the Asus stuff gaming, I think it's better option. So yeah, other than that, you can go with like different colors, different variations. Every motherboard has some kind of a twist to it. For example, this MSI motherboard, yes, it's a bit more high-end, more features, more stuff, stuff that you don't really need to, especially as a first-time builder, to be honest. Not even a more experienced one. I can tell you that I've built many computers, and for me, if I would do a build just for gaming, I wouldn't get any benefit for getting a board like this that cost almost $75 more than getting a much cheaper board like the ones that I showed you earlier. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. And for this build, I decided to go with the Gigabyte Aorus Elite, but of course you can choose something else if you would like. Okay, so something cool about this website, PC Part Picker, is when you pick something and there's a possible problem, then it will tell you. Okay, so we get this compatibility warning over here. Let's see why are we getting this warning. So let's click here. Okay, so it says the AMD Ryzen 7 7800X3D does not include a stock CPU cooler. Adding a CPU cooler to your partlets is recommended. Okay, that's okay. It's just because we didn't choose a cooler yet. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about RAM. So memory, there's a few things you need to keep in mind. Usually what PC Part Picker would do for you, if you choose a motherboard or even a CPU, it will understand on which platform you are building your computer in. So we are building on the AM5 platform, and it will usually recommend you RAM that is compatible with that platform. What I mean by this is in RAM, you have a few options. So you can go DDR4, DDR5, right? This is the recent options. But in AM5, you only have DDR5. You don't have DDR4, so it will block anything else for you, so you don't have to filter it. Now, there's a couple of things that you decide which RAM you want to get, okay? The first one will be the speed of your RAM, how much megahertz. The default speed for AM5 or DDR5 is 4800 megahertz. Okay, so the lowest speed of RAM you can get is 4800 megahertz. In fact, Even if you get like a 6000 megahertz RAM, when you first plug it into your computer and you first boot it up, even though it says 6000 megahertz on the kit, it will actually run on the lowest default speed of that RAM. So for example, if you build a system with DDR5 and the lowest default speed is 4800 megahertz, the RAM will run on 4800 megahertz, not 6000 or whatever else you bought. For DDR4, for example, we used to have speeds like 2133 megahertz default speed, and you could buy kits with 3200 megahertz, for example. Those kits will have the same story. If you plug them for the first time on your PC and you boot it up, the speed of the RAM won't be what you bought, but it will be the default speed of that generation. And the reason why they do that is because technically a 6000 megahertz kit, for example, is overclocking for RAM, for the motherboard to make sure that it can run on that speed. You need to do some kind of overclocking. Now, these days, this overclocking is pretty simple. It's just a push of a button, and that's why that's what is called XMP profile, if you ever heard that term, okay? And for AMD, it's called an Expo profile. Or there was another name that which I cannot remember. I think it was DSCHP. I cannot remember it, but it's basically a profile that does the overclocking for you. Now, sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't, and it really depends on which motherboard you get, what CPU you have, what RAM are you getting. It really depends on the compatibility between all the parts. So what you can do, there is on every motherboard, and I will show you this in a second, if you go to the manufacturer's website, there is a list that shows you which RAMs are supported by that motherboard or not. Now, even if you buy a RAM that it is not shown on that list, it doesn't mean that your RAM won't work. Okay, it will work, but you might not be able to run it on its full speed. Okay, so buying the fastest RAM is not always the best option, especially if you don't know if your motherboard supports it or not. But you also need to keep in mind that there's a point where most people can get a good amount of speed, and anything above it is just kind of hit or miss. Okay, so you can pay more for a faster RAM, but in the end of the day, you will get crashes and blue screens, and it won't work. Okay, so that's something that is very important to keep in mind. I am going to go for a 6000 megahertz kit because it is pretty much the standard these days for DDR5, and most 6000 megahertz kits that you will be able to get will be able to run in that speed with the built-in profile that you have on your motherboard without doing any extra overclocking or adjusting and stuff like that. Now, for the amount of sticks you want to have in your system is actually 2. You don't want to have more and you don't want to have less. And the reason for that is, I want to show you this. If you take a look on your motherboard, okay, let's actually go to the manufacturer's website. Okay, so this is the specification sheet for the B850OS Elite motherboard that we saw earlier. And I want to show you what it says about the memory, what you can learn from the memory section over here. So it tells you it supports DDR5, and then it lists all the speeds that it supports. And you can see what I told you earlier, that any of these speeds are actually considered as overclocking. That's why you see the letters OC on each speed, up until the point where you go to the most default speeds, which are 4800, 4400, and 5200, which are the lowest DDR5 speeds. Then it will tell you how many RAM slots you have. So you have 4 DDR5 sockets supporting up to 256 gigabytes in total, meaning that in each single slot you can put up to a 64 gig model on that slot. But then it goes ahead and says it's dual channel memory architecture. And dual channel memory basically means something very, very simple. When your computer is working, the CPU is talking with the RAM slots constantly. Okay, they exchange information, and the CPU is kind of talking to the RAM. He's like allocating missions to it and stores all the data when he does certain like calculations, and he does certain things in your system. It uses the RAM as its like let's say his muscles, right, to run the PC. Now, let's say, for example, you go to a supermarket, right? And you need to buy a bag of potatoes, okay? Let's say you need to buy 10 bag of potatoes, okay? And you go to the like checkpoint and you pay for the 10 bag of potatoes you just got. And you go out of the supermarket and you try to hold all of the 10 bag of potatoes in one hand. If you hold the bag of potatoes in two hands, then it will be much easier for you. That's why it says the dual channel support. That's what it means. It means that when the CPU is talking to the RAM, each time it can talk to two modules simultaneously and decide which one will do what, and it will be much easier for him, for the CPU to, I'm talking about it like it's a person. The CPU will have a much easier time to perform tasks when it has two sticks and not one. Now, in the past, there were also a saying that if you have one stick that is broken, then you have at least another stick that so your computer can still work. That is also true, but it's not a selling point these days, and it is much more important to understand what it actually contributes for you in terms of performance. So having two sticks is better than having one, okay? Or having none. Anyway, so why, if that's the case, why don't we occupy all of our 4 RAM slots, right? Why do I recommend to you only 2? And that's because if it supports only dual channel and not a quad channel, and by the way, it used to be in the past that there were motherboards that supported quad channel memory. If you put 4 sticks on your system, even though if they're like the same memory and everything, the CPU needs to jump between 2 sticks each time it performs tasks. And if the kits that you're getting are not exactly the same, because, okay, let me go back a little bit. When you buy RAM these days, most of RAM kits that you will find will have 2 sticks in it. It's very unusual to find a kit with 4 sticks. There are some, but very unusual and they're also pretty expensive. So if you want, like people who want to occupy all 4 slots, sometimes it's for aesthetics, right? People just buy with like the nice RAM with RGB and they want all the lights to show up and everything, and just to flex that you have a bunch of RAM. But if you buy 2 separate kits, even if they are the same model, it can have some misalignment when they produce the RAM, meaning that if a manufacturer, for example, produced those kits in different time zones, like in different like periods of time in the factory, they might have some different like chips on them or some different controllers, and it's usually better to put only one kit, because at the end of the day, the motherboard supports only a dual channel kit, okay? And it will be much more reliable for you to get a higher capacity kit than getting 4 sticks. For what I mean by this is, for example, if you want to have 64 gigabyte of RAM memory in your system for whatever reason, it's better to buy 2 sticks of 32 instead of buying 4 sticks of 16 gigabytes each. So if we go back to our RAM list over here, we're gonna see that we can sort the modules by the kit, like how many sticks it has and how many gigabytes each stick is. So for example, a 2x16 gig will be a 32 gigabyte kit in overall RAM capacity. Now, for gaming, it is recommended to have between 16 to 32 gigabytes. Going with 64 doesn't really give you any benefit for gaming. And in this price range, and it is also recommended to go these days with a 32 gigabyte kit. And actually, 16 gigabyte kits with DDR5 are not as many. These days, games can be very demanding, and most of the kits that you will find will be a 2x16 and 32 gigabyte kit anyway. So let's go ahead and choose that. And there's another thing that I will filter here, which will be the first word latency. And basically what this means is, remember we talked about megahertz, so that's the speed of the RAM. There's another parameter which determines how fast is the RAM, how fast are the models. And this is this thing right here, which is called cache latency. And latency is the amount of time that each iteration when the RAM is working, it works in cycles. And the lower the cache latency is, think about it as ping, right? If you play video games, or like when you surf on the internet, you have ping. The lower the ping, the better. So this is the ping for the RAM, okay? And the lower the ping means that the RAM will be much more faster and much more responsive. Now, with that said, something that is important to know, that the latency is also dependent on the megahertz, on the speed of the RAM. What it means is that if you have, for example, a kit, like let's say this team group kit, okay? If you take a look here, it says team group T-Create Expert, that's the model name, 32 gigabytes, 2x16 gigabytes, okay? So these are two models. DDR5, 6000 will be the megahertz, okay, the speed, and the CL30 is the cache latency. Now, if you have low cache latency and high megahertz, it's good. If you have high cache latency and higher megahertz speed, it not always means that it will be good. Because cache latency affects the performance a lot more than the megahertz. The megahertz is very important, but specifically for gaming, the cache latency is a lot more important. So for example, if you will see a kit that is 5600 megahertz and it has a CL30, and you will see a kit that has 6000 megahertz and it has a CL40, you'll get the 56,000 megahertz and not the highest megahertz with the higher CL. And the reason why I do the first word latency filter is because there is actually a calculation that shows you how much time in nanoseconds take each iteration on your RAM module. Okay, and you can see it here. It says, for example, on this kit, it says 12 nanosecond, 12, then there's 10. Most of these kits, I think there are 10 and 12. There's 11.25. Sometimes you can see even lower, 9.3. You can see sometimes higher, 12.6. You can see 15, 14. And this number also, you want it to be as low as possible, because remember, this is like a ping. And there's actually a cool website that is called RAM Latency Calculator. And over here, you can put the amount of megahertz you have, for example, 6000 megahertz, and the amount of CL you have, and it will tell you what is the calculated nanosecond. So that's 10. Okay, so for example, like I showed you in the example before, 5600 megahertz, okay, on a CL30 will be 10.7. But if you get a 6000 megahertz on a CL40, it will have 13.3 nanosecond, and this is actually worse. You're better off to get the 5600 megahertz with CL30. Okay, so that's how you do the calculation, and you actually don't have to do the calculation because PC Part Picker website does it for you. So I'm gonna choose here everything that is between 10 and let's say by 12. I think that's reasonable. 12.5. Over here, all you have to do is just choose a good kit and make sure that it's compatible with your motherboard. And how do you choose a good kit? So most of the companies that you will see, they are very known brands, especially if you don't filter by price, okay? And this is probably the only point where I don't always like to sort it by price, because if I do sort it by price, you will get a ton of options. There's a lot of kits out there, and it's very hard to understand which one is good and which one is not. And you will sometimes see some very unknown brands like this Clev boat, which started to be a bit more familiar, but you want to pick something that you know is reliable. RAM is very important to make sure you nail something good and that it will be compatible with your motherboard, and so you won't have any compatibility issues. So over here you can see that you have a lot of options. For example, this Corsair Vengeance kit. This is a very popular kit that many people choose to buy. It's reasonably priced. It's 110 bucks. It has a very nice RGB on it. It's 16,000 megahertz. 6,000 megahertz. This one is still 36, so that puts this kit at 12 nanosecond. Okay, but let's try to even maximize our budget even more, and let's try to search for something that is 10 nanosecond, and we can get the same kit, and you see how the price is jumping. This is the same kit without RGB, but it is more expensive, and the reason why it because it has lower CL. And basically it means that this kit will be a little bit more faster and more responsive. Our games will run a little bit better with this kind of kit. But what I actually chose, and again, any of the popular options here will be fine, okay? It really comes down to price and also aesthetics, like what do you like? What I chose for this build is this G.Skill Trident Z memory. And one of the reasons I chose this one is not only because I think the aesthetics of this kit will go very nicely with our motherboard. There's also a way, like I told you before, that we can actually validate if this kit is supported by our motherboard, like officially, okay? Because remember, you can put pretty much any kit, even if it's not on a support list, and it will probably work. But this kit, if you take the model name, and you can see here the model name of the kit, okay, let's take this part of the model name. And I'm gonna go to the manufacturer website of our motherboard, okay. So this is our Aorus B850 Aorus Elite. And we go to the support page. Over here you have a tab that is called Memory Support. And this is a list of all the memory kits that Gigabyte and Aorus, in particular the brand, has validated that it works on this motherboard with the speed that is advertised on the kit itself. Because remember, like I told you, even though this kit, for example, says here 6000 megahertz, When you first plug it into your PC and you turn on the PC, it won't work on 6000 megahertz. It will work on 4800 megahertz because the 6000 is basically overclocking. Now the overclocking profile for AMD is AMD Expo, and you also want to make sure that you see AMD Expo on the kit's name, on the model name. Like for example, if you take a look on this Corsair RGB memory that I showed you before, you can see that it says here Intel XMP 3.0. Now this might work with AMD, but it is more Intel certified in terms of like the official support for the overclocking profile. So by knowing that this kit is AMD Expo, I know that it probably be on the support list of our motherboard. So if we go to the support page, you can actually search here by name right over here. And I'm gonna copy paste the model name like I showed you before. I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and you can see that I get a hit. And if it's here, it means that this was validated. This kit, they took it, they put it in the motherboard, they tested it, and it worked with those kind of speeds. For example, if you take the Corsair kit, yes, if you take this model name and you put it here, oh, this one actually is also supported, but you can see here that it says it's a specific version, okay? But let's take this kit, for example. Let's see if this one is supported. Oh, this one is not. Okay, so you can see how I do the validation process and I check every kit. So you can get this Corsair kit. This is actually a pretty good price, $110. But remember, this one is a CL36 kit and the G-Skill kit is a CL30. I also think the aesthetics of it looks much more suitable for our build. And I will probably get this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add our memory. And next, we will talk about storage. Okay, so when it comes to storage, the most common option of storage that you will have these days is an M.2 SSD. Now, an M.2 SSD is a lot more easier to install. It's way more faster than any kind of storage that you can get these days. And what it used to be in the past as a luxury, today it's pretty much a no-brainer because the prices went down quite significantly. Now, in terms of brands and which model should you get, you need to remember something very important. The kind of SSD that you will get does not affect too much about performance in terms of gaming. What I mean by this is if you get a more expensive and more faster SSD, it's not gonna necessarily give you more FPS in gaming. The only thing that a good SSD can affect in terms of playing games is how much faster it can load the maps. Okay, so the game is installed on your hard drive, I mean on your SSD, and whatever your SSD can read 1000 megabytes per second or 5000 megabytes per second, it won't affect too much on the loading times and it will still be a lot faster than any other solution. But still, what is recommended? What is a good SSD? What I think is important to keep in mind when you choose an SSD is try to take something that is reliable. And it's actually not very hard to do. Using the filter system that is built in PCPartPicker.com website, we can go ahead and first of all, we can go and choose all the M.2 SSDs. And what you want to choose is M.2-2280 because 2280 is the normal size of SSD that will go into your motherboard. Okay, so as you remember, when I showed you the motherboards, you can see that the SSD is going into this place right here, where you see the open socket over here. And you can also put it under a heat spreader like this if you have one. But you can see here, I don't know if it will be visible in the video on YouTube because of compression, but it does says 80 over here, and 80 will be the length in millimeters between the socket and the little screw that holds the SSD in place. This is the most common size that you will find these days. There are bigger, there are smaller SSDs, but we're not gonna consider any of those because again, the 2280 is the most popular one, and you will find much more options with 2280. The next thing that we can filter is the interface. Okay, so if we take a look on our motherboard, and then let's actually go to the website again. Okay, so this is the Gigabyte B850 Elite Wi-Fi 7 that we saw earlier. And let's go to the specification page. I want to show you something. Okay, over here we're gonna go and scroll down to storage interface. Okay, and we get this very long list of what kind of storage is supported, and there's also a bunch of information that is not super relevant for us, stuff like RAID, which is more for if you are going to install a bunch of hard drives and maybe make like a store, kind of a like server storage and stuff like that. We are going to focus mainly on our M.2 connectors. Okay, so they list the amount of M.2 connectors you have, and you can see one here. Okay, one M.2 connector. Then you have another one. And then you have a third one. So over here, under this cover, under this big heat spreader right here, there are 3 slots to put 3 M.2 storage devices. Okay, so the first one will be integrated in the CPU, meaning that the CPU is allocating something that is called PCI Express lanes, okay, the channel that helps the storage device talk with the system. So the CPU is the one that is responsible for the first one. And it says it's supporting socket 3, M key, type, and then it lists all the sizes that I showed you that you can have inside that place. So remember I showed you 2280. There's also a bunch of other sizes which are, again, not very relevant to us because 2280 will be the most popular one and you will have the most option with. But the more important part is this right here. And this says what kind of interface is supported by this socket. If you are using an AMD processor that is a 9000 or a 7000 series, it can support PCIe Gen 5.0. Okay, and Gen 5.0 is the newest one and the fastest one. And if you are putting a Ryzen 8000 series CPU, it can support PCI Express 4.0. Now, if you want to know what kind of Ryzen series you have, we can go ahead and take a look on our processor. So if we go to AMD's website, we can see that the 7800X3D that we chose is a Ryzen 7000 series. Now let's go ahead and take a look again here, and we can see that the Ryzen 7000 series does support PCI Express Gen 5.0, meaning that at the top M.2 slot we can put the fastest SSD that we can get. Now, I'm not necessarily recommending it because, as you will about to see, that Gen 5.0 storage devices are pretty expensive right now because it's still a pretty new technology. And again, because it doesn't really affect performance in terms of gaming, it doesn't really make sense to buy a PCIe Gen 5.0 SSD. The important thing to know is that if we do put a PCIe Gen 4.0 SSD, it will still support it, even though it doesn't say here, okay, a 7000 series, because remember that every time you see something like this, it is also backward compatible. So it means that if you put in a socket that is supporting Gen 5.0 and you have a 7000 series CPU, you can also put a 4.0. That will be totally fine. It's the same concept if you have a USB 3.0 port and you plug a USB 2.0 device. it still works, right? So it's the same idea. Now the second M.2 connector is also integrated with the CPU, meaning the CPU is the one responsible on all of the communication with that storage device. And over here we can see again all the supporting free M key type and then all the sizes of the M.2 storage. And then we can see here that we don't have PCIe 5.0, we have PCIe 4.0. And this is because there is a limit on how many PCI Express lanes, and again, lanes is the amount of channels that the CPU can handle when you put devices on the motherboard. Remember, the motherboard, its job is to make sure that all the components inside the computer can talk with each other. So the CPU can talk with the graphics card, with the RAM, with the storage devices. So there's a limited amount of how many it can do at once. And it also depends on what kind of CPU and what kind of motherboard you get. The third M.2 slot we have is integrated in the chipset. And the chipset is the B580, okay? And something that I didn't explain what a chipset actually is some kind of, think about it like a small processor, a small CPU that usually sits over here in this down right corner of your motherboard. In this case, it's covered by a heat spreader again, but imagine there's a chip here, a very small chip, that its job is to do everything that the CPU can't handle by itself. Okay, so for example, if you have a bunch of storage devices and you plug a lot of other components on your motherboard, then the chipset is there also to help kind of communicate between all the parts. So where the CPU ends in terms of how many lanes it can handle, then the chipset will kick in, and if you have, for example, 3 M.2 connectors, then it will probably handle at least one of those. And you can see here it also have all the sizes, and it also says that it supports PCIe 4.0 generation and speeds. Now, a question that you might ask is, does putting an SSD in the chipset slot or in the CPU slot, which is better? In general, I would say in the CPU slot is better, but to be honest, it doesn't really matter that much because again, storage these days is so fast that it doesn't really matter where you're going to put it, and you probably get the same performance either way. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look on what are the prices on PCIe Gen 5, but before that, I want to talk about how much capacity we're going to put. And to be honest, in pretty much every gaming PC, when you start, and you don't have any storage, I would recommend to go at least for a 1 terabyte drive, 1000 gigabytes. But in a gaming station like this, having the budget that we have, I would recommend to go with at least a 2 terabyte drive. And let's see what the prices are. So let's say we want to take the fastest one that we can get. Yes, and you can see here that there are two options for PCIe Gen 5.0. One of them is X2 and one of them is X4. And X2, X4 basically means how much faster, how much speed each one has. So let's go ahead and take a look again if our motherboard or CPU can handle both of those speeds. And you can see right over here that it does. We can put either an X4 or an X2 storage device, which is good. Let's go ahead and mark both of them. Let's see what are the prices. So over here, I am going to sort it by price, lowest to highest. And we can see that the cheapest one that we can get is a Samsung 990 EVO, which is $120, which is actually not a bad deal. It's actually a pretty nice, decent SSD that you can get. But what is more important, and I want to show you, is what actually the Gen 5 or Gen 4, X2, X4, what all of this means. It all comes down to the speed. Okay, and you can see here that the speed of this device is up to 5000 megabytes of read speeds and up to 4200 megabytes of write speeds. Okay, let's take a look on the second one. So we have the 990 Evo Plus. And this one is a much more faster, as you can see here, up to 7250 megabytes of read speeds. Okay, and up to 6300 megabytes of write speeds. Okay, so this one is a lot more faster. It's $140. So both of these options are actually pretty good. Samsung is also a very known brand in the SSD space, and it is known to be very reliable. Probably the only company that makes all the components on the drive by themselves, because Samsung is a cheap manufacturer. So their quality control is a lot better than probably anything else that you can get, but there are a lot of other good options, okay? And I'm actually not gonna go and look for more PCIe Gen 5.0 options because the prices can get pretty high pretty quickly. And the only thing that why I would consider getting one of these drives is because they're both on sale right now, but you can see their original prices can go up to almost $200, which is a lot. And again, remember the speed does not affect too much about performance. Getting this drive, for example, won't give you more FPS than getting this drive. You'll probably feel the same performance with both of them and you can save the $20. But I want to show you also what are the options for PCIe Gen 4.0, because you're about to see that the speeds are very similar and sometimes you can find even cheaper drives. You can see here for around $100 you can get this Patriot P400 Lite. It's actually a pretty good drive. You have a Silicon Power UD90. Some more interesting options here. A Kingston NV3 is actually one of my favorite budget drives. I used it a lot. I installed a lot of these drives and they're very, very reliable. But let's say you're new to this, all right? And you don't know if a team group MP44Q is good or Silicon Power US75, and there's so many models and so many things, right? You don't really know what is good and what is not. So one thing that you can do using PC Part Picker is actually sorted by ratings. So sorting by ratings can be a good option if you want to get like the best drives, okay? But as you can see, the prices here are pretty high. What I like to do is sort it by most popular. And most popular is what people are choosing to put into their builds when they do builds. So for example, if we look at the prices, like not, $500 SSD, because this one is a 2 terabyte drive. Let's actually, it's an 8 terabyte drive. Let's actually make sure that we are looking only on 2 terabyte drives. Okay, that's more reasonable. Yeah, we can see a Samsung 990 Pro for 160. We can see a Crucial P3 Plus for $120. The Kingston NV3, which I told you, which is very good. Silicon Power UD90 is pretty good. This is a new company that I'm not very familiar with, to be honest. This Clev Crass. And let's say, you know what? I'm considering buying one. Okay, I want to know if it's good or not. So what I usually do is I take the model name, type it into Google, and write the word review. Now, of course, you can read the AI overview, but as you know, AI sometimes can say not very correct information. So I usually like to look at actual reviews from known websites such as kitguru.net, but if you don't know which website is good or not, you can just take a look at a few reviews and see if everyone is saying kind of the same. Then you understand that, yeah, okay, it's probably, it is what it is. And if you want, you can read the whole review, right? Or you can just skip to the conclusion part, which I like to do. By the way, some websites, if you want to know which website is serious or not, they will post you this graphs and show you like their testing that they did, if the speeds that are advertised are actually good or not. Another thing that I like to do is actually type, instead of review, you can type known issues. And this is very good because what this does when you type this into Google, especially with the AI overview these days, it searches all the wrong things that people had to say about this drive. So you can see that known issues with the clev include poor performance and high temperatures, a buggy controller, a potential imminent detection issues, and a bunch of other stuff. So you can also see it says that it lacks DRAM cache, and DRAM cache is something that helps the SSD to perform a little bit better. So yeah, when you see something like this, I'll probably stay away from it, to be honest. But with that said, you need to remember that each company can have bad products, right? For example, last generation of SSD, Samsung, which used to be a very like reliable brand in the SSD space, they had, I think that it was the 980 Pro, which had a lot of problems. You can see here, Samsung 980 Pro, known issues. The main known issue with the Samsung 980 Pro is a firmware bug affecting 2 terabyte models with early firmware, which could cause the drive to enter a read-only state and fail permanently. And this is something, not permanently, sorry, prematurely. And this is something that I actually encountered when I worked in the PC store where I built computers. We will start to get this, all these Samsung drives with like problems, and we didn't understand like what's going on. So yeah, if stuff like this can happen, they eventually resolved the issue with a firmware update and everything was fine. But you can see stuff like this from time to time, and actually this whole thing with what happened with the 980 Pros really hurt Samsung credibility. The main reason why is because Samsung used to be the more expensive option, the more expensive SSD. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why you see the PCIe Gen 5 drives that we saw earlier on a sale, because, stuff like this issue, for example, does affect company sales, and they want to kind of stand behind the products and keep selling them, so they also make sales on them. I think what I actually chose for this build was the Western Digital Black SN7100. And the reason why, even though it's a PCIe Gen 4.0 and not 5.0, I think the price of this drive was quite fair. It's $130. But this drive I know to be a lot more reliable. And you can see here that the speed of this drive is actually not very different than a Gen 5.0 drive. You can see it can go up to 7,250 megabytes a second of read and 6,900,000 megabytes of write speed. Even though it's a Gen 4 SSD, it's actually a lot faster than the first Gen 5 SSD that we saw from Samsung, which goes for $120. Now, with that said, going with this Samsung drive is actually also a good option. And the reason for the difference in speeds is because this is a Gen 5x2 drive. You can also see that even specs, it's a Gen 4x4, and this is a Gen 5x2, because the speeds are very similar. And if you go with a Gen 5x4, for example, then yeah, probably there are some SSDs that can go to like crazy speeds, like 13,000 megabytes or something like that. For example, a Samsung 9100 Pro will cost you $200, okay, and that's on sale right now. And if we take a look on the speeds here, you can see up to 14,800 megabytes of read speed and 13,400 megabytes of write speed. Now, Again, this will give you zero performance boost compared to the other drives that we saw. So there's absolutely no reason to spend that amount of money on your SSD if you're primarily using it for gaming. If you are using it for other workloads, like professional workloads, yes, so you're doing like work or video editing and you're using like big files and you need super fast speeds, then yeah, go ahead, invest in a drive like this. But this is all there is to say about all of this. I showed you how you can check which generation your motherboard supports. You can also read reviews and known issues with certain models. You can filter what is most popular and also what is most rated in pcpartpicker.com website, and kind of choose for yourself the one that you like the most. Okay, next we are going to talk about the graphics card. When you choose a graphics card, it is really important to be thoughtful about the kind of games you are going to play. So these days you can choose either Nvidia or AMD cards. And to be honest, going with either one of them is not as important as you make sure you maximize your budget to get the best possible graphics card you can get. Now, let's take a look again on the kind of games we're playing. And again, it can be sometimes confusing because for NVIDIA graphics cards, their main selling point is the features such as DLSS and frame gen. So AAA games will benefit a lot from NVIDIA cards. But on the other hand, if you're looking to get the best performance and you don't care about the visuals as much, going with an AMD card can also make a lot of sense. Now, because our budget is around 2 to 3K on US dollars, if we take a look on where we are right now in terms of our budget, we are close to $1,000. And of course, we still need to pick a case, power supply, and also a CPU cooler, which roughly leaves us around, let's say, $800, $900 to pick a graphics card. So what I like to do is, first of all, make sure that you are filtering the graphics card by memory. And the reason for that is because in this kind of budget, you're probably going to want to maximize it, and you can play 1440p, even though he said he wants to run it on 1080. In this price range, you will definitely, even if you go 2K, you can definitely go with 1440p. So any card that has 12 or even 16 gigabytes of memory will give us very good performance, and also it fits in our price range. And I will show you what I mean. If we go ahead and take the price here from lowest to highest, after we picked the 16 gigabyte of VRAM memory for our graphic card, we can see at the beginning we have mostly cheaper cards, okay, so around at the $300 range, and I think you can actually filter by price here. So let's go ahead and because we said we have around, let's say, 700 to 900 roughly to spend on a graphics card, we can see the first option will be a 9070 XT. Okay, you might also see sometimes options for older cards, for example the 6900 XT, which can also be a viable option. But again, if you're building a new computer in this kind of price range, you want to get probably the newest as possible. The other option we have, which is a little bit more than the 9070 XT, is the 5070 Ti. Other than that, that will probably be the top card that we can get. All the other listing here are for cards that are from the same models, the same like cards, but maybe fancier cards with like better cooling and stuff like that.
For me, I like to focus on the GPU itself, like the raw horsepower that I can get, because the cooler a lot of times is not as important. I mean, yes, you can benefit a little bit from a better cooler if you are planning to overclock the card, but a lot of these cards come already overclocked from the factory and you don't really need to, touch them too much. So knowing this, I know that the 9070 XT and the 5070 Ti are probably will be my best two options. What we can do next, and I'm not gonna do this in this video, but what you can do if you're doing the research by yourself, what I like to do is go into YouTube and just see some comparison videos between the 5070 Ti and the 9070 XT. And you'll see a bunch of good videos, for example, from Hardware Unboxed. As you can see, I already watched it and did my research. And I can tell you that after watching this video, I think, in my opinion, the better option for this build will be the 5070 Ti. I think in overall performance, you do get a little bit more from the 9070 XT, but it's not a big difference. And I would like to have all the DLSS and all the NVIDIA options they offer for better fidelity in games, because they do pull ahead a little bit from AMD in those categories. So if we take a look on 5070 Ti, it starts from $749, and you can see the basic cards at this price range. And if you go a little bit up, you can see some, for example, a white version, or you can see some cards, for example, with ARGB and things like that. But as our viewer said, he doesn't really care about aesthetics. He really wants just raw performance. And spending almost $100 more if a base 5070 Ti costs $749 doesn't really make sense to spend. I rather spend this $100 instead of spending it on a fancy cooler and like RGB lights. I would rather to invest that in other areas, maybe a better case, maybe a better power supply, where we can really benefit in terms of performance and not just pay for a fancy cooler and some like extra aesthetics. Although you can do so if you want, if you have the budget for it, go for it. But for me, I always try to focus on performance. As our viewer also noted, he really wants the performance. And even going with the basic card like this Gigabyte Windforce, for example, could be a very good option. It is a basic card, no RGB, no any fancy coolers. It has a good enough cooler. Again, this is the way I look at it. Dealing with a lot of hardware over the years, I do think that spending more for a nicer card, it's good if you have the option to and if you want to. But if you don't want to and you want to maximize performance as much as possible, then going even with the base card is totally fine. Okay, so with that, after we chose the GPU, now we know what kind of a power supply we need. And the reason why I said that is because if you take a look at your GPU model, we will go to the manufacturer's website. We'll go to the specification page, and we'll see what is the recommended amount of PSU that we need. So here it's a 750 watt, and you can also see what kind of a connector it has. So it has the new 12 volt 16 pin connector. Sometimes some manufacturers will even note here that they recommend a specific power supply that has specific features. For example, the new ATX 3.1 standard. In this case, they don't, but again, because we have the new type of connector, we'll probably want to choose a power supply that has this kind of connector. Now I'm gonna take a quick look on which power supply exactly I got him. And I actually got him a 1000-watt power supply, which is gold certified, 80 plus gold certified. And I want to take a moment to talk about how I chose that power supply and how you should approach it, choosing a power supply, and see like what's good and what's not. So there's a couple of things that you can do. And I'm gonna go over through the filtering process because I think that will give you the best kind of idea how to choose a good power supply. And I will also share with you a link for a PSU tier list that will show you where kind of the power supply is standing instead of it in terms of its quality, and how to actually use that PSU tier list, because sometimes it can be very confusing. So first of all, for manufacturers, there is a lot of good brands out there that make good power supplies. And something that a lot of people don't know is sometimes a brand can make high tier power supplies and low tier power supplies in the same wattage category. What I mean by this is, for example, if you take a look on Corsair power supplies, they have the CX lineup, they have the RM lineup, and you can see in some of them you have the RM-E and you have the RM-X, okay? All of these power supplies come from different manufacturers and they have different qualities. For example, the HX is the highest, more high-end power supplies that Corsair make. So first of all, of course, you can filter the wattage, okay? And we know that we need at least 750 watt. And the other thing you can do is filter it by efficiency rating. There is a reason why a lot of people say choose the gold power supply, right? Before that, let's zoom out a little bit and explain what efficiency rating actually is, because it doesn't really necessarily affect performance, but it does have effect on the quality of the power supply, and I will explain. So efficiency rating basically means that if you remember when we talked about, I think it was the motherboard and the CPU, I explained that the power supply, its job is to take all the electricity from your wall and to split it into different smaller voltages so each part can get what it needs. Now, during that conversion, what happens is there's a lot of energy waste, okay? The power supply, if it's a good power supply, it will be able to convert energy better and to waste less voltage. But if it's a poorer power supply, then some of that energy will be wasted. What it means in the end of the day is that the power supply will take a lot of like electricity from the wall, but it will actually give you less because it misses a lot of the wattage that it's getting. So by getting a higher tier 80 plus, that's the standard that they call it, okay? If you get a higher tier power supply, it means that the power supply will probably be of better quality. It will, the company will invest a little bit in like higher components and like better components. That's why people a lot of time recommend you to get like a gold power supply, not because a gold will give you better performance, but because of like it will be like a gold or platinum or whatever, it will be like a better power supply. So that's the idea behind it. Platinum and titanium, platinum in the past, they were kind of a thing when it was like new, when 80 plus platinum was like a new standard, because it wasn't like this all the time. 80 plus started to be popular around like 10-15 years ago, and we used to have only like silver, bronze, gold, and that's pretty much it. And then Seasonic, actually, which is actually a very good power supply manufacturer, started to do platinum power supplies. And now even these days we even have like a titanium power supply. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think they're worth the money. You won't see a lot of people buying them. For example, I will show you like what a 80 plus titanium power supply would cost you. Actually, the prices here are not too bad, to be honest. 140 bucks. See how much my power supply cost. That's a 149.90. Actually, that could be a pretty good option. So if we take a look on this, yes, this titanium efficiency. Oh no, sorry, this is the platinum efficiency. And by the way, you can see here that it says PCI 5.1 ready. That's what I meant about the new connector that you need to plug into your GPU. So this power supply have that connector. You can actually see it over here. It's right here. This is basically means that you have like a direct cable from your power supply to your GPU. This is the new standard. Even if you buy a power supply that doesn't have this, you get with your graphics card an adapter from the old PCIe connector, 8-pin connector like the old graphics card used to have, and you get an adapter from that to your graphic card. So over here, this is an example for a very high quality, high-end power supply, in my opinion. Actually, the price is very surprising. I didn't expect it to be so cheap. But it is an 850 watt power supply though. And the one that I chose, I think it was 1000 watt, which is this one. And I'll show you why I chose this one, and even though it's a gold certified and not platinum. Because again, remember, this only means that how much efficient the power supply is in converting electricity from your wall. It doesn't affect performance. You actually might find units that are gold certified, which are rated higher in a PSU tier list than like a platinum power supply. With that said, I want to actually show you the PSU tier list and explain how you need to use it in order to choose a power supply. So if you type on Google PSU tier list, the link from Cotis Networks, that will be the one that you want. Basically, this list rates all the power supplies in tiers, and you can see tier A, which is the best. If you scroll down a bit, you will see tier B, mid-range. You'll see tier C, which is low-end, and you have tier D, only for iGPU builds, meaning if you build a computer without a dedicated GPU. You have tier E, which is a void, which is you probably shouldn't buy these power supplies unless you really have to. And you have tier F, which is like, get rid of it right now. So this is basically the tiers. But as you can see, in each tier you have more divisions, let's say. And you can see that in tier C, for example, you'll get all of these power supplies. Okay. But then you have low priority units, which means that these power supplies are tier C, but they're less favorite, let's say. You have also speculative position, which is kind of, we're not sure. We think it's a tier C, but we'll put it here, okay? And if you take a look on the higher tiers, let's say tier A, sometimes you can even see that it says multi-rail or single rail. You honestly don't need to worry about this too much. Most of the power supplies that you're going to get are single rail, and it doesn't really matter which one, like if it's a multi or a single, you don't need to worry too much about it. Most gaming PCs use, actually most computers use single rails anyway. And as you can see, multi-rail power supplies are not that popular anyway. Okay, so for example, let's go ahead and take that platinum power supply and see if where it stands in that tier. So what you do is you search the model name of the power supply,
do Control F, and as you can see, we don't have a hit. Even power's on, no. Nope, we don't have a hit. If you really want to invest time, you can search by the company, but then you will get all of their like power supplies, and I still don't see it. So it means that this power supply is probably one of two. It's either too new that whoever makes this list, they actually test the power supplies and they look reviews and stuff like this. So it's either not tested yet, or I don't know. That's probably the only option I can think of. It's probably pretty new and no one really tested it, so you kind of don't know what you're buying into, right? You want to make sure that you're buying something good. So what I did, I actually tried to look on PC Part Picker the power supplies that are in tier A and try to see which one were the best. And I did the opposite. I started from the PSU tier list, and then what I did, I took the name for each one here and tried to look at the prices. And I think if I go to the power supply here, okay, let's remove the 80 plus platinum. We'll leave it at 750 watt. And you can search here in PC Part Picker the name or like the model. And then we can do price lowest to highest. Actually, we don't get the model that I chose. Which one is it? Pure Power 13M. Oh, this is Dark Power. Sorry. It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. So I think I didn't get. Okay, so the pure power. No, that's the 12M. It's a speculative position. It's not. They're not very sure about it. It's weird. I swear I remembered it was in a tier A or a tier B, but for some reason I don't see it right now. It could be that I got confused when I did the build, but you know what? It's a good option. It's a good way. It's good because now we can actually do this live and maybe change the power supply that I originally chose. Yeah, I don't see it. The Pure Power 13. So again, it's probably something that is very new and they didn't tested it yet or something like that. So let's start again. Let's do it together. Let's find a good power supply here. So if we try to find something in the A tier, if we go take a look at the Asus RG Low-Key Platinum. Let's see if we have something like this. Okay, so we'll sort by price. And we can see the first unit that we have here cost $219. This is an 850 watt platinum certified. This actually could be a good option, but, and this is something that you really need to be careful. You can see here it says SFX, and SFX means that it is small form factor. This is a tiny unit that usually suits very small builds. Okay, and the reason why it is bad for us is because I actually tried to install this power supply a couple of times when I used to work in the store, right? So as you remember, I told you that I worked as a PC builder in a local computer shop, and we had situations where people ordered this power supply and the cables that comes with it are very short, because the whole idea of this small form factor power supply is to be, compact. So they make the cables actually very short, and you might have problems if you take a mid tower or even a full tower case. You won't be able to use it at all. Like we had to replace the unit after the customer ordered it, and it can actually be very bad and not recommended to get this power supply, even though it's a tier A. So we're gonna skip that, and let's see what else we have. So we have the dark power 13. Let's search for this one. Okay, so we have an 80 plus titanium 850 watt, and we also have a 750 watt, and the price difference is around 40 bucks. You could argue that you can get this 850 watt if for whatever reason you think that you might upgrade in the future, but going with the recommended specs by the manufacturer, you don't really need to. If you are not sure and you really want to know how much your system is going to draw power, you can do something like this. You can take the model of your graphics card, for example, and type on Google power consumption. Usually you should get an answer on how much wattage your graphics card is actually pulling. So you can see it's actually 300 watts. That's under load. That's like if the GPU is like 100% utilized and you're like playing a game or something. Because remember, if you're not, and if you don't know this, if your GPU is doing nothing, then it draws pretty much nothing. I think I can actually show you this. Okay, so over here I downloaded a program that is called HW Monitor, and this is a free little tool that you can use. And this is basically will show you everything about your computer in terms of how many volts, how many temperatures, wattage, power consumption, megahertz, like everything you want to know about your computer. So for me, for example, I have an NVIDIA GTX 1660 Super on this system. And you can see right now, if we go down to utilization, my GPU is doing pretty much nothing because I'm not playing a game or something like that. I'm just browsing the web and recording this video. So if we go ahead and take a look on how much wattage it takes right now, we can see that if we take a look here in the power section, we have value, what is it now? We have minimum, what was the minimum amount of wattage, and we have the maximum, like what was the maximum. So my card, it has a power limit of 125 watts, but right now it's taking like 35 watts. That's it. And you can also see it on your CPU. For me, for example, I have a Ryzen 9 3900X, which is a little bit older CPU. It's like 2-3 generations ago. But it's still kicking, and you can see for me it's 142 watts power limit, and it actually draws like 50 watts right now, and the maximum was like 60. These are the two main components you need to worry about, because all the other components like SSD and RAM and fans, they take very low wattage, like I'm talking like maybe 1 to 2 watt for a fan, and like SSD, I don't even know if it lists how many watts it takes because it's so small. So it's like millivolts. So these are the two main components that you need to worry about. And if we take a look on our CPU, which is a 7800X3D, what its power consumption, you can see it says it's 70-80 watts under load, and 30 to 40 watts at idle when it does nothing. And it even says here that it's significantly lower than its 120 watt TDP, which is the thermal design power, suggests. And you will see it a lot, especially with Ryzen CPUs. That's why they are so popular, because they barely take any power from your computer, and that also translates that to the fact that they don't overheat, and you don't need a very fancy cooler
to cool those CPUs, and they perform really, really well. That's the number one reason why they are so popular right now. So with that in mind, even if you put like a 500 or 600 watt power supply in your system, you will be totally fine. But we are going to follow the recommended specs by the manufacturers, and we are going to go with a 750 watt or higher. Now, if you take a look on this Dark Power 13, so this is a titanium efficiency. This is the highest rating. It has ATX 3.0, it has PCI 5. It is also modular, which is something that I didn't talk about, but look, when you're dealing with high-end power supplies, most of them will be modular, which means that all of the cables are coming not connected to the power supply. Like if you take a look on like a very standard power supply these days, most of them will come like this, right? All the cables are already pre-attached, and it's like a huge harness. But with a modular power supply, you have everything disconnected, and you can connect only what you need. With that said, I actually hate modular power supplies, and there is a very good reason for that. I wish the industry wouldn't make modular power supplies whatsoever. I understand it's not possible because especially if you buy like 1,000 watt power supplies, you will get like twice of the amount of cables you will see here. And sometimes it's impossible to like have all of those cables in a computer case, especially if you're trying to do like a very small build or anything like that. So I understand why a modular power supply is a thing, but the reason why I really don't like it, each one of these cables, even though the end that goes into the component, for example, the side that connects to the motherboard, the side that connects to the GPU, will be the same for every power supply. The other end that goes into the power supply is not the same, and some manufacturers will have different pin layout. And for example, you can take a modular cable from a big wired power supply and plug it into a different power supply, and you will blow something up, like as straight as that. I will even say more than that. If you take a modular cable from a specific brand and try to connect it to a different model from that same brand from a different series, sometimes it won't fit, which is good. But sometimes it will fit and it's actually a different pin layout, even though it's the same brand. For a good example for that will be Corsair, as I showed you before. Corsair have the RM series, and they have the HX and the CX and the CM. They have a lot of series. And even if you take like an RM750X and you try to plug it into RM850E, the cables might not be compatible. The reason why I really hate this is because when you build a computer and you don't plug everything, okay, and you just throw those cables, you forget them anywhere. I don't know what else, like what you do with them. I have a few modular cables in one of my drawers, which I have no idea from which power supply they are. Okay, I can't even show you them. I think let me show you them. Okay, I couldn't find them because I think I threw them away to the trash, which is good because I don't remember from which power supply they are. And I can't really use them. Even if I can physically connect them, it will be dangerous. I once fried a GPU like this. I took a cable that wasn't from like the same power supply and I tried to plug it to a different one. It did plug in. And when I turned on the computer, I heard like this weird click sound and like my GPU was dead. So you need to be very careful with this. I recommend to plug all the cables
when you build your PC, even though you don't need all the cables, because first of all, you don't want them to be like laying around and you don't remember which from where they are. Because over the years, you might build another PC, you might like switch a power supply or something for whatever reason, and you might need those cables. And it's even worse when you want to upgrade something in the computer or add something in the computer and you can't find those cables. It's absolutely terrible. I had situations where when I worked in the store. I had situations of people like bringing computers to make an upgrade. Let's say they want to upgrade their GPU, okay, and now we need like two like 8-pin connectors, and the person who built the computer didn't plug all the power cables and plugged only one, and now like we can't upgrade it. We need to replace the power supply, and it's absolutely like blowing my mind on how annoying it is. Like, that's why I said I wish like modular power supplies weren't a thing, just because of this like amount of times that I had to encounter like situations where people wanted to add like a hard drive. Like you need a SATA cable for a hard drive, right? And you build a new system and you like, yeah, I'm using SSD. I don't need a hard drive. I'm gonna like throw those away, put them in a drawer somewhere, not think about them. And then one day, like your uncle comes and he's like, "Can you help me out? Like my PC broke and I need to extract data from this very old hard drive. Can you like plug it into your PC?" And then you open your PC and you're like, "Oh shoot, I don't have a SATA cable. Where did I put those SATA cables from the computer that I have built like 3 years ago? And I don't remember where they are." And maybe you built like 2, 3 computers and you have the cable, but you don't know from which power supply it is. Anyway, I'm sorry that I went on this rant. Was a little bit out of topic, but I think it's something that is I always try to push. And again, I talk from experience here. I'm not saying anything that I didn't go through myself, and yeah. So that's what you need to know about modular power supplies and what I think about them. And I hope you won't encounter the same situations as I am. Anyway, so this power supply can be a very good option, right? It's modular, it's 8-year, it's titanium, but it is also $200. Of course, we can add this for now and say that's the best one that I can get. But I think because I do remember that I did this build, and I think $150 power supply, that's what I had for this budget. So it will go a little bit over budget. As you can see here in this part list, I also added a lot of other stuff like a monitor and a keyboard, and I wanted a good keyboard and mouse, and I still like went a little bit over budget. So it's those kind of little things that, do you really need a titanium power supply? I mean, you probably don't. A power supply is important, but remember, it does not affect performance. Okay? So I would try to get something a little bit less expensive, even if it means that I need to go to B tier or something, because even a B tier is still a good power supply. Even a C tier is a good power supply. It's mid-range. Remember, you all you need is not to go to like an F tier or an E tier, which is a void. Okay? So as long as you don't go here or like F, you should be totally fine. Even go like with a B tier to save some money, maybe invest in like a better monitor or like maybe a better GPU, maybe a better CPU. I don't know. Whatever it is, make your choices in terms of like where you spend your money, and like think about those stuff. It's something that takes time, building a PC, it's not an easy task. That's why we're doing this video. and I'm trying to help. So anyway, you know what? Let's actually go the other way around. I'm gonna show you another way you can do this research, okay? Let's say I want a gold or even a platinum, and I want to go a little bit more than the manufacturers recommend because I might upgrade in the future. You know what? I even go ahead and say our viewer might even want a 1590 in the future. Who knows? And with that card, you will need 1,000 watt power supply. That's for sure. Let's see if we can find 1,000 watt power supply that is good. And what the reason why I do this is, I work in sales, and in sales you have this idea of you always try to start from like higher, like from a high place, and then you check what you can get, and then if it's like too much, then okay, let's lower down a bit. Let's see what I can get for this amount. So that's what I will try to do here. And as you can see, we have some cheap power supplies, 1,000 watt power supplies, for like $80, which is kind of sus, to be honest. Even though there's a PVA Galaxy power supplies, I think they actually have a pretty good rating. Let's actually see. Prestige, Jupiter, no, the Galaxy is not in our tier list. Roseville is not that known brand. I don't think they even show up in the PSU tier list. Well, they actually do. But I want to go with something a little bit more known. Okay. Gigabyte, I try to avoid them. They had some crazy story with Gamers Nexus, I think, where he had a power supply from Gigabyte explode in his lab, and then they tested a bunch of power supplies from Gigabyte, and a lot of them exploded. Yeah. So I'm usually trying to avoid them, even though my PC that I'm using right now to record this video have the same power supply and it hasn't exploded yet. So take it for what it is. I just bought this whole PC like secondhand, and this is the power supply that was in the system, so I didn't really had a choice. It had a good like price on it, but I do need to replace that power supply one day. So I'm trying to avoid this. All of these other companies are also like a pink power supply. Sure, I've never seen a pink power supply in my life. Holy crap. Are the cables are pink? Because you will see sometimes, and this is very common and this is very annoying. You will see sometimes power supplies that have a specific color, and then the cables are like white or like blue or like black because they couldn't go all the way and make the whole power supply pink. So yeah, sure. Okay, let's avoid this one. Here I see again this Pure Power 12M from Be Quiet. Let's see what we have else. Oh, this MSI actually could be a good option. We also have a Lian Li option here. And this Lian Li, oh, this is a new thing that they invented where the connectors on the power supply are at the bottom. And the reason why they did that is so you'll have easier time to plug the cables when the power supply is installed inside the case. It's a cool concept. This power supply also have a built-in fan hub, which is kind of cool. I don't know what is the rating on this power supply. Let's see if we can find it, actually. No, it doesn't seem like it shows up in the PSU tier list, meaning it's, again, probably not tested yet. It is a new concept. You can see it here. how it looks. Kind of weird. Again, there's a lot of gimmicks these days. But this MSI, actually, I know it has a very good rating, if I remember correctly. And let's take a look. Okay, so here we are at the A tier. And we can see that this A1000G is on the A tier, but it also says here it's if it's a non-PS PCIe 5. And I think this one is a PCIe 5, yeah. So this one is not A tier. So if we can find it. Oh, okay. So this one is in a speculative position in the A tier. So it means that they're not sure if it's an A tier, but it's good enough that they put it here. It will be an okay buy, okay? But if you want to be 100% sure, you don't want to be there in the speculative position. I think this is the one that is not PCIe 5. Yeah. So this is the A1000G, which is not PCIe 5, and this one is A tier. But I think if you are buying an NVIDIA graphics card and you need that PCIe Gen 5 cable, you probably want it to be included with your power supply, which you spent $160 on. I think that was the reason why I chose this one. It was good enough and it was cheap enough, and that's why I went with this one. But look, this can also be a good option because remember, we can use the adapter that we get with our graphics card. I want to show you how this adapter looks, by the way. Let's see if I can find a picture here. Yeah, it looks something like this. Okay, so this is the part where it goes into your graphics card and you plug two 8-pins, like the older style 8-pin connectors into it from your power supply, and then you plug this. You get this included with your graphics card. And by the way, if you heard like stories about this 16 pin 12 volt cable like melting down and like problems, I think J2 Cents did a video about it. I'm not sure if I can find it right now, but I remember seeing a video from him where he showed the quality of those connectors from like different brands and like different manufacturers, and he found that the adapters that you get in the box, most of them are made by NVIDIA and the companies, and they do it to the spec how you should do it, and they're usually very good and very reliable. So using the adapter is actually sometimes even better than using the dedicated cable that comes with your power supply. Let's see what else can we find here. I don't see anything else, and we are already at $200, which again we will try to avoid. Let's see if we can lower down ourselves to 850 watt and find something good. And I'll actually do the filtering here. I will take the highest point and remove the 1000 watt because I don't want to get like everything I saw before, right? So I don't like mess with my head. Okay, so again, we will see this Pivia, Vetro, Roseville, most of the stuff that you see and the lower price range will be the stuff that you want to avoid. Here you start to see the good stuff. Cool Master, this power supply is pretty good. I think even this Thermaltake Tough Power GF1 is actually high tier rated. Let's see. Yeah, it's an 8-tier power supply. It's $100. GF1. Let's see if it's actually this one, because sometimes you can have like sub models and like different models within the model, and it's very confusing, and then it's not what you actually want. Can we extract a sub model? Is this the sub model? Let's see what it says here. So GF1 AH free FCG, GF1 Snow, GF1 ARGB. Can we find this? submodel in this listing? Nope. So we don't have a way to know if this is the one that they refer to in the PSU tier list. So I'm going to avoid this one. Let's see what else we have. So again, we have the MSI Mag AGL PCIe 5, which I said is speculative. So again, and we see again the Thermaltake Tough Power. We have the MSI AGS. Let's see if this one actually MPG AGS. Can we see it? No, it's not here. Asus Prime. The Prime power supplies are pretty decent. Let's see what our position is. If they even show here. No, they don't show here because these power supplies are pretty new. I know because I remember getting them to our to the shop where I used to work just a few days ago. Not a few days, sorry, just a few months ago. So they're pretty new in the market. It makes sense that they don't show in the PSU tier list. Maybe they didn't test it yet. But I remember seeing this power supply in the A tier. And Superflower is actually a not known brand. It's a very unknown brand, which makes power supplies for servers. For server rooms, they actually considered really high end, even though they are very unknown. And I think I remember seeing this model in the A tier. Oh, it's in the speculative position in the mid range. So what did I see in the A tier? Let's see. Oh, it was the Lidix 5 gold. Okay, so not the Lidix 3. Okay. Let's keep moving. Corsair RM850 is good, but this is the white one. I'm not sure we want a white power supply. We have the power zone, which, as you remember, didn't show in the PSU tier list. We have this Seasonic. Seasonic actually make really good power supplies, really decent. And this is a new model, if I remember correctly. Let's see if it shows in the PSU tier list. So this is in the single rail list, which is good, like we said. And this is in a tier A, which is also good. And let's see what they have to say here. So GMGX white, PX SGX 2019, GX under 750 watt, PX. Okay, this is not that. I'm not sure because it does says only for the GX, which is this model. It says only on the white one, which is quite odd. Oh, okay. So GX 850 and above is a low priority unit in the A tier. Okay. Let's see what else we have. NZXT. I actually don't know if NZXT are any good or not. Let's see. Seagold 1200 watt. Seagold V1. It seems like the only one they really recommend here are not these models. This is the C, not 1. Wait. Actually, C bronze, no. C gold V1. Low priority unit. Okay, let's keep going. Corsair RM850X shift. So this is actually a good power supply, but this one has the cables. The reason why it's called shift is because they move the cables to be from the side, so it will be easier to plug them. I actually don't really like and recommend these power supplies just because some cases will have problems with this, with the side panel, if you don't have enough space. You can see it here, you do have space in this case, but sometimes the power supply will be very close to the side panel, and this is actually not good. So I recommend to avoid them, unless you know that you do have a lot of space in your case. How about this Lee and Lee? I think this one is also connected from the side. No, this one is from the front. But this one is SFX. And you see how I quickly noticed that. Luckily, it's in like big letters, but if you're not like familiar, you can miss that. You can not know what it means, and then you're like, oh, yeah, rip. The cables will be short, and then, yeah, good luck. FSP is another brand that is very underrated, to be honest. They make some pretty decent stuff. You might actually find something good. Let's see where they are here. Which model is this? So this is the Hydro PTM X Pro. Let's search for Hydro. Let's see what it'll get us. Hydro S, no. Hydro GE, Hydro Pro. Oh, there it is. Hydro PTM Pro. I think that's the one that we have, right? PTM X Pro. Not sure if that's exactly the same one. You want to try to nail exactly the one and not kind of sort of, because it can mean that it's a totally different model. But this is a single rail in the A tier. I'm not sure it's exactly this one because it does say PTM X Pro and not PTM Pro, which is what it says here in the tier list. You can see it says PTM and PTM Pro. It doesn't say PTM X Pro. So I'm gonna go ahead and avoid that. You can see it's very difficult. It's very hard. I'm gonna be totally honest. Even going with this power supply probably would be okay, but we wanna try and nail this, right? How about this Silverstone? So let's see what is the model here. ST. Let's try to search for the company name. STSF G. I think this is the one we have, right? SSTFGSV2. It's not exactly the same. Oh, is that a small form factor power supply again? No, it is not. Okay, because that says it's SFX here. So that means that this is a different model, another one that we are looking at. Yeah, not this one as well. Asus ROG Streaks. I actually used to have this power supply, this exact one. I used to have this unit. It was okay. I think it comes with like 10 years warranty or something like that. Let's see where they are in the tier list. RG Strix, non-Aura. So this is not the Aura. Okay. What's an Aura? Is that like a different model? Let's see. Let's take a look here. How do you spell Aura? Oh, there it is. Aura. Was that like even a power supply? PSU. I'm not sure that's even a power supply. Okay. Okay, so we don't have the Aura. Where is it in the list? It's an A tier. And it's a single rail. And it's $153, which is quite good. Yeah, this could be a good option. I used to have that power supply. You can see it's $170 usually, but there's 10% off right now. Now, the only thing that I'm not too happy about this power supply is because it is an older model and it is for sure don't have direct 12 volt 16 pin cable for your GPU. I think I bought mine like 5 years ago, so it is an old model of power supply, but it is A tier. But this is something that it's old, but gold. Let's see what else we have here. Cooler Master SFX. So this is a small form factor again. We have Straight Power Be Quiet. I think that actually this one is a high tier. 12 Straight Power 11, not 12. Yeah, a lot of these power supplies are new units. Yours? I don't know if yours is good. Yours APGM, APPM, UDGM. It's a mid-range. And remember, this is, you remember that I talked about like having, like I said that Gigabyte had power supplies that exploded and stuff like this, but this is a brand that it is within Gigabyte like household, and it could be made in a total different factory and have like a total different like quality, and it could be actually be good and not like bad like their other power supplies that exploded. So yeah, so this one is the AEPMGS. It's not shown here. So these are the good ones, AEPM. But what we are looking on is not. Oh, it is. No, wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, it's not showing in the list, but they have a post here, which I'm not going to read, to be honest. I'm just going to go ahead and skip this one. Yeah. I do not know what to choose here. This is an SFX as well. We might need to go down to 750 watt. Again, if you want to spend more and like cut in other stuff, maybe when you see what kind of like monitor and keyboard and mouse that I recommended, maybe you want to get something cheaper and like spend extra $50. I think it was like which one we had, which was like $200. Do you remember? I think it was like 1,000 watt, right? Was like titanium something, if I remember correctly, or platinum. What was it? Let me find it 1 second. Okay, I couldn't find it. Oh, I remember. It was the A1000G, which was non-PCIe 5. Oh, this one is actually $160. So yeah, this one could be a good option. So I would take this if you are planning to, or if you want to be like future safe, and maybe you consider to upgrade your GPU in the future. You will need much more horsepower. If you are planning to invest in like a very high-end graphic card, it does have the minus of not having the direct cable integrated with it, but it is an ATU power supply. That's like the best you can get, right? And I think we did had another model which was for around $200, but I can't remember which one it was. Gonna try and take another look here. If not, we're going to move on. Gonna try to sort it by price. Which one was it? I think I remember why I didn't see it. I think maybe we didn't sort all the gold power supplies as well. Which one was it? Okay, so I couldn't find the exact model that we saw earlier in around $200, but I did found some other interesting things that I think you should take a look on. So first of all, I did found the Asus ROG Aura Edition, which PCU tier list recommends to avoid, if you remember. Let me show this to you again. So we took a look at the Strix, right? It was an A-tier power supply, but it says here that the non-Aura version is. So I did found the Aura version, which does look different. You can see this is the Strix, this is the Aura edition. So this one you want to avoid, but actually getting this one is good. And this one is actually also pretty cheap. $152, $153. It is an older model. It doesn't have the 12 volt 16 pin connector, but again, you can use the adapter that comes with your graphics card, which is totally fine. So I will add that to the list of the power supplies I think you should get. together with the MSI MPG 8000G, which is also 160. And this is actually a better deal in my eyes. For $10 more, you get a 1000-watt power supply and not an 850-watt. Again, this one also does not have the direct cable to your GPU. You can use the adapter. It's totally fine. And this is also an 8-year power supply. Now, another thing that I found was the FSP, if you remember that we took a look. So FSP in the tier list, we saw the, where was it? The PTM. Remember, so the PTM Pro. So we saw the PTM X Pro Gen 5, and I actually found the PTM Pro. So what I think is happening is that a lot of the new models of the power supplies are not showing in the list, probably because they didn't had the time to verify them. So the PTM X Pro is a Gen 5. It has the direct cable to the GPU. But if you want to go like strictly by the list, you can go with the PTM Pro, because this one does show in the PSU tier list in the single rail. This is an 8-tier, like the best power supply you can get, and it also says everything that is above 850 watt. And this one over here is 1000-watt for $200. This one, I think it does not have the 12-volt cable to your GPU, because again, I think what is happening is that most of these power supplies that are showing, the newest power supplies are not shown in the list here. And it's actually really hard to find some. Maybe by the time you watch this video, they will verify some of these models, but for now, I think if I had to choose one to go between all of these three, I'll probably go with the MSI one, because I think it's the better deal for $160, 1000-watt power supply. It's 80 plus gold, it's 8-tier, and it's a very reliable power supply. And this one I probably will be the one that I would get. So let's go ahead and add this to our list, and let's see where we at. Okay, so all we need now in terms of our computer, we need a cooler and we need a case. And the reason why I left those to the very end is because I usually try to fit the cooler with the case. As you remember at the beginning when we talked about the CPU, I said I'm not rushing to choose a cooler because I want to see what kind of a case I want to get. And let's talk about the case. Okay, so let's talk about the case. Now, there's a couple of things that you need to be thoughtful of when we're talking about choosing a good case that will have good performance. And performance in a case comes down to mainly to airflow and build quality. So airflow will give better temperatures for your components. And since they will have better temperatures, they will last longer. But build quality is important. When you build the computer, you will have easier time to install components and also configure all of the different parts inside the case and generally just use the computer, right? Like where do you want to put it, if you need to move it around and things like that. Now, at the end of the day, a case is mainly a personal thing when it comes to aesthetics, like which case do you like? For example, one popular type of cases these days is the fish tank style cases, meaning that it has double-sided glass view. But in terms of performance, and also from reviews that I saw about a lot of this kind of cases, it's not actually always good for performance, because there is a part that's getting less airflow if you're using a type of case like this. And that is the VRM on your motherboards. And I discovered this recently when I did a review, kind of like learning about the MSI Maestro case, and I can link the video right here, where I saw that people who use the case and check the temperatures of the motherboard, they saw that the parts where the VRM are seated have higher temperature than usual. And what I mean by this, I want to actually show you this. So for example, imagine your motherboard is sitting here, right? And you have this kind of style case. The fans blow air inside, and although they do blow air and there's enough fresh air for all the components inside the case, they don't blow air directly at the motherboard. And as a result of that, the motherboard gets less of like intense airflow, and that's why the VRMs heat up a little bit more with this kind of case. If you take a more traditional style PC cases like this N60H Flow, for example, then the fans in the case have direct airflow on all of the components, including the motherboard, resulting in having much better temperatures, both for all of the components and the motherboard itself. Now, even in this group, in this kind of cases, there is a big difference between getting a good case with good fans. For example, the fans in the N60H5 Flow are very good. You can even see in the picture how thick they are, and as a result of their thickness, they push a lot more fresh air inside the computer. But you need to also be thoughtful about the noise levels. So what I recommend, if you like a certain style of cases, is always check reviews, and even just taking the model name of the case and putting it on YouTube, you can see reviews and see how the airflow is and how quiet it is or not. But for the purpose of this video, I will show you what kind of a case I chose for this build, and also the reasoning for that, what kind of things you need to be thoughtful when you choose a case, like what you need to check, maybe you want to add something, and things like that. So recently I did kind of a breakdown about the new Corsair Frame 4000D cases. And there's 3 types of cases in that lineup. One of them is the RS ARGB version, which is usually the most expensive one, but right now and for a long time now, this case has a sale going on, and it's actually almost cheaper than the other 2 versions. The first version is without any fans. This is the Corsair 4000D. It just comes like plain black with no fans pre-installed with it, and it costs $105. Then you have the Corsair Frame 4000D RS, which comes with 3 non-RGB fans with it, okay? And this one usually costs $115, and it's on sale right now for $100. But then for extra $5, you get the same fans, but they are RGB, which is kind of cool. Now, what I really like about this case, except from its design, and I think Corsair did something very, very beautiful with all of the technology they implemented here on how modular it is and how easy to build a computer inside it. I actually dealt with a lot of Corsair cases, and I can tell you that the fans that they have are probably one of the most like silent and good airflow fans that I have encountered with. And there is a reason why this case is very popular. Actually, the previous model, which is the Corsair 4000D non-frame, it looked a little bit different, something like this, for example. Where is it? So this is the older model, okay, the 4000D. I actually did a review on the channel, I think like a year or 2 ago, talking about this case, about its build quality, which is quite exceptional. It doesn't look too fancy, but Corsair has a lot of experience in making cases in a way that it's very easy to build in, and they think about like little stuff when you like want to change a position for something, or like if you install a bunch of components, then you have compatibility issues in like traditional cases, and they, of course, are really good in thinking about those kind of things, and it really helps you, as a first-time builder, to build with their cases. Now, there's a lot of other good brands out there that make cases. NZXT is one of them, and I showed you the H5 Flow, which is very popular. By the way, over here you can also utilize PCPartPicker.com and use the most popular option to sort by and see what people like. The Montec XR, for example, is also a pretty good case. It's cheap. It does have the fish tank style to it, which again, it's a little bit less good for performance, but it is a very solid case, and it's actually very good and very spacious if you want to build like a big PC in it, right? Like a full ATX motherboard and a big graphics card and everything. I also did a breakdown on this case and kind of showing you all the important stuff that you need to know about it. The Fantex XT Pro is also a very good option. Again, this is a more traditional non-fish tank style case, and you have a lot of other good options, but I want to show you what I did with the Corsair Frame 4000D RS. And I think I kind of managed to find the balance between having a good case, good airflow, good build quality, and it's also pretty quiet. So if we take a look here, you can see that this case comes, like we said, with three ARGB fans. And what's good about those fans is they have a very traditional and regular style of connector that you need to plug to your motherboard. So if we take a look here, over here you can see the size and dimensions of this case. It's not a small case, but it's also not super large. And I actually prefer this for two main reasons, especially if you're a new PC builder and it's your first build. One of them is the airflow is very good when it comes to this kind of cases, and the second one will be the ease of build. Building a PC in a bigger case, it's a lot easier because you have more space to work in with your hands. Smaller computers are more hard to build, and you need to be a little bit more experienced with building computers because you need to always to think about what you install before what, because you can have like problems with routing cables or installing different parts. With a big case, you don't have that. You just like open the case, plug everything you need by order. So you put the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, you install the cooler, install any fans that you want, if you want like additional extra fans, and I did include some extra fans in this build. And then you just put the graphics card and you're pretty much good to go. You don't need to worry about like compatibility, routing stuff before any of the other components, and it's very, very easy to do. Now, another good thing, and I really like about this case, is the fans that comes with this case have normal traditional connectors. And this is very important because this is something that a lot of people are not thinking about when choosing a case, and they actually don't check like which type of connectors fans have. It's understandable because a lot of times you don't know. Companies, brands of cases like to do sometimes like very special dedicated connectors, and if you want to add more fans or connect them to like a hub or some kind of a controller, you will have problems with it. And over here in this new version of the Corsair Frame 4000D, they have normal traditional connectors on their fans, and I want to actually show you this. So this is the pack of fans that comes with the Corsair Frame 4000D RS ARGB version. And you can see here that the connectors that you need to plug to your motherboard for the fans to work are very traditional. So over here, this is a 4-pin PWM connector, which plugs to your motherboard. I'll show you this in a moment. So it can be plugged to your motherboard in any of these system fan connectors right here at the bottom, and your motherboard actually has a couple of them. You have two here and you have extra two here. But what's good about those fans, as you can see here in the picture, they actually are daisy chained, meaning that they're connected one to each other using a female and a male connector, and then you have only one plug that you need to plug to the motherboard. This is super easy. This makes your life so much easy as a PC builder, because a lot of cases comes with fans that don't have daisy chain option, and you either need to buy a splitter or some kind of a controller or a hub to plug all the fans together. Now, this daisy chain capability is also applied to the RGB cables as well. If you don't know that, a fan that has lights need two cables in order to work the fan itself, right? Power the fan, and also you need a cable to control the lights. And over here we have a very normal standard 3-pin ARGB 5-volt connector. And you know, I'm saying it's like it's not something which is not normal. And yes, it is not normal, because a lot of time case companies, especially companies like Antec, for example, like to do this very special connectors for their RGB, and you can have a ton of problems with it. I actually have a video on my channel where I did a build with the Antec AX61 Elite, which was a very popular case, and a lot of people had troubles with the RGB fans because it had like special dedicated connectors that do not plug to your motherboard, and you can't control the lights with software. So over here you have normal standard plugs that is very easy to control, and you just plug them into your motherboard. And just to show you where it is on the motherboard, these days like modern motherboards have a few of those connectors. So you have one right here, the top right, I hope you can see it, and you have a couple more over here at the bottom where it says ARGB. Right over here you can see like 3 pins. It's a bit hard to see in the video, I think, but you can see in the pictures later on if you want to. Now, this case has some more extra features, such a GPU stand that you can put under your graphics card, and it will help to support it. You have cable shrouds to like hide all your cables and make sure the build looks clean. It has also a smart system. And again, if you want more information about this, you can watch the video that I did about the Corsair Frame 4000D. But this system allows you pretty much to install any fan that you can think of. In this case, it has like a movable rail that you can change its position, and it gives you a lot of flexibility when it comes to build your computer. For me, it's pretty much the perfect case for a new builder. The only thing I wish it had, and actually I wish a lot of cases had these days, is some kind of a handle so you can move it around from place to place, because once you build all your components inside this case, especially if you're building like a very serious computer, it can get a little bit heavy. But with that said, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to put your computer in one place and you're not going to move it around every 2 seconds. Now, one thing you need to bear in mind when it comes to the front panel of this case, it has some drawbacks. One of them being the position of the front panel is at the bottom. So this case will be good if you're putting it on a desk and not on the floor. Even though I did saw people putting it on the floor and it was totally fine. But the other thing, it is also lacking a reset button, which for me, I don't think it's a big deal because I never use a reset button. If you want to reset your PC, if it's stuck or something, you can just long press the power button and it'll shut down, and then you can turn it on again, turn it on again, and it does the same effect. So for me, it's not a big deal. It also has a combo microphone and audio jack. So if you have a headphone that has 2 plugs, and I will show it when we'll talk about headphones, you will need the splitter, or if you buy new headphones, make sure you have a splitter included, or it has like a combo plug and not a split like the green and pink wire, if you know what I mean. Now it also has a Type-C port, which is USB 3.2 Gen 2. And when you check for cases, it's very important to see what kind of generation the Type-C is, because USB 3.2 Gen 2 is very, very fast. I think it's like 20 gigabits or something like that. Let me actually check. Type-C 0.2 Gen 2. Sorry, it's 10 gigabits. And you need to make sure, and if you want to know how much is it in megabytes, I think it's like 1250 megabytes a second. And if you want to have a full access to those kind of speeds, you need to make sure that your motherboard supports it. And the way you can do that is actually, let's go again to the manufacturer's website for a motherboard. Let's go again ahead to the specification page. And over here, if we scroll down to USB, okay, we can see all the information about the USB. Now, bear in mind that some motherboard manufacturers, they specify the USB ports for the back as well for the front. So sometimes, what I mean by this, if you take a look on the motherboard, so you have USB ports at the back, right? But if you want, like when you install your computer, when you build your computer, in order for these ports to work, you need to plug cables into your motherboard, and those are the internal headers. And for example, the Type-C, front Type-C connector that you have in your case, it has a cable that needs to go to the motherboard right over here. Okay, so we need to make sure that this header is actually capable of those speeds. And by the way, I can already see this. I don't think you will be able to see it in the video with the YouTube compression, but I can see it says 20G here. So I know it probably be supported, but it's important that we'll make sure that anyway. So let's go ahead and see here if we can spot where it says the support for the internal headers. Okay, so USB, CPU, one USB Type-C port on the back panel with USB 3.2 Gen 2 support. Okay, so this is on the back panel. Two USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A ports, red on the back panel. Okay, so this is referring again to the back panel, which is here. Okay, and you can see those two red USB ports that I talked about, and also the Type-C port. And you can even see that it says here USB-C 10G. So this is USB 3.2 Gen 2. And it also says it has 4 USB ports at the back panel again. Let's see the chipset. So the chipset is actually usually the one that is controlling the internal headers for the front panel. So you can see here USB Type-C port with USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 support available through the internal USB header. And that is the internal header that I showed you where you plug the cable for the front Type-C connector. And again, I want to show you how important it is to think about the whole system, because I think in one of the motherboards that I showed you at the beginning, I think it was like the Gigabyte Gaming X or something like that. Let's take a look here. I think it supports, I think the Type-C there does not support USB 3.2 Gen 2, which is kind of a bummer. But let's take a look here. So as you remember, we saw this motherboard at the motherboard section in this video, right? You remember we talked about this one. Let's actually see if there's a difference if you chip on a little bit on your motherboard and you try to save a little bit of money, if the Type-C will have the same speed. Okay, it seems like this motherboard has the same USB 3.2 Gen by 2x2 support, available through the internal USB header. So this already gives us an indication, and this is how important, this is why I'm showing you all of this, because this is how important to validate even when you choose a case. Okay, like look at the connectors. Does it support on my motherboard? Maybe it supports on like a cheaper motherboard. Maybe I can like, save $20, invest in like a better CPU or GPU or something else. And the more you do this, the more you do this kind of validation, the more you learn, the better understanding of your computer you will have, and it will be a lot easier when you build the computer to understand what you are doing. I think building a computer, it all comes to, in the end of the day, it's like if I would tell you like build a car, right? You don't even know where to start. But if you learn about like what is the engine and what is the wheels and where the transmission goes, and like which cables you need to connect and what supports what, how many cylinders and what kind of fuel. If you learn all of this stuff, it will be a lot easier, and in my opinion also a lot more fun. And that's the reason why I think it is very important. So I will go ahead and choose the Corsair Frame 4000D RS ARGB because, again, in my eyes, I think it's a very complete case that offers very good airflow and performance, and it's very easy to build, especially if you're a new builder. I think you will have a lot of fun with it. It's very modern. It's a new case. It looks good. It has very good build quality. I think I've never seen a Corsair case, even like in the old days, the old Corsair cases when I started building computers like 12, 13 years ago. They always build quality. Yes, like Corsair, they're good. Like, I'm not like fanboying Corsair because they did a lot of stupid stuff back in the day, but there are other good companies out there, but this is one of my favorites, and this is what I think will be good for a new PC builder. Now, with that said, something that we need to complete with our case is the cooler for our CPU, if you remember. And we need to also add some more fans, because if you noticed, the Corsair Frame 4000D is missing a fan at the back. Now, we could add just one fan, which will be totally fine, but I actually managed to find a triple pack fan like the ones that we have that comes with the case, which is the Corsair RS fans. And let me show you that. And this is actually very cool because you will have a more complete look to your build if you use the same kind of fans and same type of fans through all the case. It looks a lot more complete and a lot more cool in my eyes, in my opinion. So as you can see here, these are the fans that comes with your case. This is the Corsair RS ARGB fans, and you can buy them as a separate pack for around $50, which I think is a pretty good deal because these are good fans. This is not like cheap fans by any means. They have good airflow, they have good build quality, they have the daisy chain capability, and I don't know why Amazon is not showing the pictures right now, but there it is again. By the way, you can also control all of these fans pretty much with any software that you can think of, and I actually made a video not that long ago about using OpenRGB software to control RGB in your computer, so you can watch it here if you want. And again, what I really like about these fans is it's not only that they're good and they have good build quality and good airflow, they're also pretty easy to install. You can daisy chain them all together and use one plug on the motherboard, maybe two plugs. You don't need to worry about it too much when when you have a big motherboard, right? So that's one of the benefits going with a full-size ATX motherboard, because you have a lot more options to plug and add things to your build. And if you're asking yourself, where do I put the other two fans? Like, why do I need the other two? In the Corsair Frame 4000D, you can actually install a couple more fans at the bottom of the case, and you would install them in reverse, okay, with the blades facing upside down, so they will push air towards the top where the graphics card will sit. And what I mean by this is, for example, if you take a look at this build, this is the same case, as you can see, with the new design of the mesh grills that they have. So you have the free RSA RGB fans pre-installed over here. Here it's not a very good example because you can see that the water cooling solution over here is installed on the other directions with the tubes coming from here. So if you're going to install a water cooling solution in this kind of case, you want to flip it and have the tubes come from the other side, so you can have a fan over here. And you can also install a couple fans over here. You can see it has 4 mounting points, and you have the same mounting points on the right side and on the left side. And by the way, if you ask what are these mounting points are for, you can actually buy a kit that makes the GPU vertically mounted. So for example, if you want to do something like this, for example, and you kind of want to show off your GPU, you can install a mounting plate over here at the bottom. This does not come with your case. You need to buy it separately. I do not recommend it. It has a lot of problems because in order to connect the GPU to your motherboard, there's a cable that it's called a riser cable that goes to your motherboard, and there's a lot of problems with those riser cables. A lot of people report having black screens, and sometimes not all the monitors are detected, and you have random shutdowns and stuff like that. So I do not recommend vertically mount your GPU. But if you ask yourself what are these mounting points are for, so this is the answer. But what I had in mind is having 2 fans over here installed upside down. Again, we are not going to install it like here, okay, because we want the airflow. We are going to install them like it's shown here, because it will have the same direction and the airflow, because here the fans blow air towards the inside of the case. So if you install them at the same way like here, it will blow air directly at your GPU, and you will have better performance. You don't have to do it. Like for example, even this build with not having a rear fan is totally fine. You really don't have to put a fan over here. Most of computers these days, especially if you're going for water cooling solution, you don't really need too much. You don't need to exhaust a lot of air, and having positive pressure is actually good. I actually talked about different kind of airflows that you can have in a PC case, and this short right here, you can watch it if you want. And basically you can have positive, negative, and balanced pressure, meaning that you can intake as much as you exhaust, you can intake more than you exhaust, and you can exhaust more than you intake, which is less good for gaming PCs, but it's something that is also possible. But that's what I would do, right? Like if it was my computer and I would build it, I will add the extra free fans for $50. Like, why not? They look the same. They have good quality. They are good quality. It's easy to install them, and why not have some fun with your build? You can also buy this fan as a one pack. You don't have to buy 3 of them. So if you want to buy just one, you can buy one. It cost you $20, And I think for 50 bucks, having 3 of them, even if you're not gonna use one, maybe save it for like another build, another computer, it's a better deal. So yeah, so I added the 3 fans that we have, the same fans with the case. And with that said, let's go ahead and choose a CPU cooler. And I think you already know where I'm going with this. Let's try to find a matching cooler to go with our fans and with our case. And luckily, Corsair have a cooler that is called the Corsair Nautilus 360 RS ARGB, same as our case. It has the same fans. It's also on a deal right now, which makes this cooler actually pretty affordable for a good AIO cooler. And this is a 360 millimeter cooler, meaning that it has 3 fans. And if we take a look on our case, we can actually mount this cooler at the top, like I showed you in the pictures before, as you can see here on this picture, for example. So this is how it will look like. You can see the fans over here. It will have the matching Corsair logo with your case. And I think this will complete the build quite nicely. Now let's talk a little bit about coolers, because I think actually for a first time PC builder, I don't know if I would necessarily recommend going with an AIO liquid cooler, because it is a little bit harder to install them. But because these fans are daisy chained and you can connect all of them together with all of your other fans, and because this cooler is also actually pretty easy to install compared to other coolers in the market, it also has very good build quality and very good performance as well. It's actually a little bit overkill for what you really need for like the 7800 X3D CPU. But on the other hand, with all of that said, I think as a first time PC builder, especially if you invest that kind of a budget in your computer, you probably want the nicest looking things that you can have. And even though going with an air cooler is a little bit easier and in terms of like reliability, because one thing that these coolers are known for is that they're not very reliable. The pump over here sometimes can fail, and you need to replace the cooler, which is not very convenient. And going with an air cooler, you won't have that problem, because an air cooler, all it has is just a block that has pipes with fans on it. The only thing that can fail there is a fan, and replacing a fan is much easier than replacing a whole cooler. But if you want to have a little bit of an adventure, and you want a good, nice, good looking PC, this will be the perfect match for everything we chose up until this point. And I think it also comes with like a 3-year warranty, if I remember correctly. Can't exactly find on the Amazon listing how much warranty it has. Let's see on Corsair website. Yeah, it actually has a 5-year warranty, not 3. So yeah, you're covered with that in that aspect. And again, although it is a little bit more of a hassle to install a 360 millimeter AIO cooler in your system, especially if you're a first-time builder, I think it will be worth your while, because it is a fun experience. That's why I also chose a case that is very modular and it's very easy to build in, especially with the rail system that I showed you. You can actually check build guide videos on this case. There are plenty, because this case is very, very popular. So you can follow along with a guide exactly how to install it and just have fun. That's the whole point, right? You want your computer to look nice and you want to have fun. So that's what I recommend. With that said, again, going with an air cooler will probably be smarter if you want like pure performance and you don't care aesthetics that much, and you don't want the possibility of a pump failing, and then your cooler, like you need to replace it. By the way, an easy way to know if your pump starts to fail, you will hear ticking noises, right? You'll hear like it's very annoying noise. I had this happen before. And then you will also see the temperatures in your PC rising up. Yeah. Again, you can use a program like I showed you before to monitor temperatures, which is HW Monitor. It's loading up right now. So I showed this program to you before. You can download it for free and you can see the temperatures. Like for me, what happened one day is I woke up in the morning, I turned on my PC, I heard all of my fans going like 100%, like spinning really fast. And that is because if the pump fails and water stops flowing inside the cooler, then the temperatures will rise up, and that sends a signal to the motherboard to pump the speed of the fans as high as possible, because something is not okay, right? Like the PC is heating up. So that's a way that you can know that there's something that is not right with your cooler. But other than that, there isn't too much to say about that. And again, if you need help installing one of these, you can watch build guides. There are plenty on YouTube. And from my experience, what I can give you and tell you, these coolers, Corsair make some really good coolers. They have really good performance and really good build quality. So you don't need to worry about that. If you want to choose other type of CPU coolers, like which ones are good, so again, using pcpartpicker.com, sorting what is most popular will probably give you the best options. Okay, so the Thermalright Peerless Assassin is a good example for a good air cooler, which is very cheap. It's not expensive at all. For $35, it will have exceptional performance. Like if you look on reviews on this cooler, it's amazing how cheap this cooler is, and it's still like very, very good. And again, because we have a CPU that does not require crazy high-end cooling, this will be more than enough. Arctic is making also very good liquid coolers. I actually had the privilege to install a few of them. They also have very, very exceptional build quality. The fans on them are great, like just freaking like probably the best performance I ever encountered when it comes to CPU coolers. They're very, very good. So this is also a good option. If you don't care about the RGB, you can save a little bit of cost, and you can find these coolers for very cheap. Cooler Master Hyper 212. I actually have one that is very similar to this in my system. I think I even have the box here. So yeah, I have the Hyper 212 Halo Black. These coolers are really, really good and compact, which is something that you don't see that often with good air coolers. But they are a little bit hard to install, and I usually do not recommend them if you're a first-time PC builder. Although with that said, as you can see, they're very cheap. So again, if you want to save a little bit in that aspect, you can definitely go with something like this. It will be more than enough for the Ryzen 7800X3D, again, because that CPU is not consuming a lot of power and it doesn't overheat too much. Thermalright, which is the brand that I showed you before for the air cooler, is actually making also pretty decent AIOs, water cooling solution. And this Aqua Elite 360 is actually a very good cooler for $55. So you will have some water cooling with some nice aesthetics and some nice RGB going on in your system. And this is half of the price of a Nautilus, right? Of a Corsair solution. So this can be also a pretty good option if you want to save a little bit of money. And I'm showing you all of this because you can start to see a pattern where you can save $50 here, $50 here, you can save $20 here, and then you can start invest in other like aspects. Choose what is more important to you. Maybe you want to have like a nicer GPU with like a nicer cooler. Maybe you want to have like a nicer monitor, a nicer keyboard, a nicer mouse. I'm trying to really give you all the information needed on where to invest your money wisely, and this is it. This is the kind of stuff that you can definitely go for something a little bit more cheaper and invest in other parts that are more important to you. And the list goes on. You can see the same Arctic cooler with ARGB. You can see the same Thermalright cooler with ARGB, which is also good. Noctua used to be the best of the best when it comes to air coolers. Unfortunately, they fall a little bit behind when Thermalright came into the market and started making those cheap, crazy coolers that had like very good performance. So, you know, investing in a Noctua cooler, I don't know if you ever heard about a Noctua brand before, but I think it's a Swiss company that makes only coolers and fans. They don't do anything else. They usually very, very high end, and their build quality is crazy good. I remember having a Noctua cooler in the lab where I worked in the PC store. I think it was in this lab right over here. I had a Noctua cooler here sitting. From the guys that worked there before me, they told me that it was there for like 14 years or something, and it was still working. It was still good. So they're very reliable and they hold for a long, long, long time. They last for a long, long time, but their price doesn't. It's hard to compete with the other options that I showed you. They're pretty expensive. For me, I think only people who like want something vintage and something that is, you know, was gold at the past, they love the brand so much, then yeah, you can go with a Noctua cooler. But for me, I think it's very hard for them to compete these days with other options in the market. So let's go ahead and add our Corsair Nautilus. And I think we are pretty much done with the build when it comes to the PC itself. We have, let's do a recap for all the components for the PC. So we have the 7800X3D as a CPU. We have the Corsair Nautilus cooler. We have the Gigabyte B8 50Hz Elite motherboard, which is a full ATX motherboard. It was the best one that we can find in the $200 range. We have the G.Skill Trident Z RGB memory, which we validated and saw that it is supported by the motherboard. As you remember, we have a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe drive from Western Digital, which is a new model and it is very fast and reliable. We have for our GPU a basic version, although a basic version, but it is a 5070 Ti with 16 gigabytes of RAM, VRAM memory just for the graphics card. And this will be more than enough for 1080p as well as 1440p on like high settings. You will have plenty of FPS and performance with this card. I think in this kind of budget, this is probably the best one you can get. Going with like a 5080 doesn't make sense too much to me. If you want, you can chip on all of the other parts and get a 5080, but I don't think it's worth it because the GPU, in the end of the day, although it is important, it's not the only thing that affects performance in your computer, and some of the other stuff are important as well. Like we saw examples with the motherboard, with the Type-C support, with the amount of fans you can connect to it, having good RAM kit, having good cooler, and also having good case. So for our case, we went with the Corsair Frame 4000D RS ARGB. I think for $100 is probably the best you can get. There are other good options if you like some other kind of aesthetics for that price range, and you can definitely go for them, but this will be my choice. And also we added the extra free fans for $48, which again is not necessary. You don't have to add those fans, but it will look nicer. You will have the maximum airflow you can have in your case. And to wrap it all up, this system will be powered with a 1000-watt, 8-tier rated gold power supply, which will give you reliability, performance, and upgradability future option in the future if you want to invest in a 5090 and maybe upgrade your CPU as well to like a Ryzen 9 or whatever. This will be there for you. This power supplies, I think, comes with like a 10-year warranty or something crazy like that. Let me actually show you. I think on the Amazon webpage, it probably wouldn't show that. But if you take a look on the MSI website, they actually do not specify that as well. Warranty, where is the warranty? Warranty here, maybe? No, This is kind of weird. MSI, you should specify how much warranty you give for your products. Yeah, the reason why I know it's 10 years warranty is because when people bought these power supplies in our store, I remember seeing the 10, like the number 10-year warranty on the box. But there it is. Okay, so you need to go to the support page and then warranty. And then what else? Power supply. My warranty. What's going on here? I need to sign. Damn it, MSI. Can't you just say how much warranty you have for your product on your product page? This is ridiculous. Anyway, let's see if we can find it on the Amazon listing page again. Warranty. Oh, there it is. I found it. I knew it was 10 years. Okay, so if you're in the Amazon webpage, you scroll down to the details of the product. You need to open this tab right here, item details, and you can see over here it says 10-year warranty. So I remember correctly. I do know what I'm talking about, luckily, and yeah. So this power supply will give you everything you need, and it also has a 10-year warranty, which is great. And before we would jump to the peripherals we have for this build, I want just first quickly to note that all of this is for $2,000, right? So we have probably one of the best gaming computers you can have for just 2K. And I'm saying this because remember that our viewer wanted a gaming computer for 2 to 3K US dollars in the US. And let's see again over here, scrolling down through all the comments. There it is. Okay, so yes, I also don't have a micro center very close to me, around 4 hours away. For the price range, most likely in the 2 to 3K range US dollars. And yeah, he needs a monitor, mouse, keyboard, operating system, all of that included with his PC. So we are at $2,000 just for the computer itself. And before we'll talk about peripherals, I want to talk about operating system. Now, you could buy a license for around $120 online, right? You can like order it from Amazon, but you actually don't have to. And by the way, if you ask yourself if you need a pro version, which costs a little bit more, or a home version, you don't need a pro version. Just, I'm gonna save you a lot of time. You can Google pro versus home for gaming. It has zero benefits. Pro, all it has extra to home is stuff that are not for gaming. So you have extra security features for admins that work a group of computers in like a worker environment. You can also do some more customizations as an admin if you want to control a group of computers. And it has some other tools that are mainly for developers and like other types of users, not for gaming. Gaming, you don't even need more than that. And you can even see that even the supported memory on Windows 11 Home is 128 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, the Pro has 2 terabyte. And that's again why it is more for work related stuff, maybe servers and you know, admins and stuff like that for you. And for gaming, you don't need Pro whatsoever. So even if you do end up buying the full like price, retail price on Amazon, get the home. But as I said, you don't have to pay this much. And actually, installing Windows does not cost money. I showed it in I think a couple of my builds now or already now, that you can download a Windows installation file on a flash drive free from Microsoft. All you need to do is just go Google download Windows 11. Okay, and you go to Microsoft website. You have a section that is called Create Windows 11 Installation Media. You download this tool, you put the flash drive in your computer, and you have a flash drive that has Windows installation on it. When you come to the part when you need to put the product key, okay, and this is what you pay for when you buy a license, like on Amazon, for example. You don't get a disk, even though there's a picture here of a disk. I don't know again why Amazon is not showing the pictures, but whatever. All you get is like a code. Okay, so you can see you don't get this. Although you might get this in the mail, this is not what you actually need. All you need is a code that you can put, and then your Windows will be activated. Even if you don't do that and you skip the code registration, you can use your Windows to play games, install games, and do everything. But you will have this like annoying watermark on the bottom of your screen where it says that your Windows is not activated. You won't get Windows updates as frequent, and you might also not be able to change the picture on your desktop, for example. So other than that, you don't really have to buy Windows if you're on a budget and you don't want to spend that kind of money. And also, there are other solutions where you can buy Windows licenses for a lot cheaper. For example, one of them, if you live in the US, will be G2A.com. This is a popular website where you can buy games. Okay, but what a lot of people do not know is that you can also buy Windows license here. So for example, if you look for Windows 11, you can find it for as cheap as $20. And again, all you get here is a code that you can put in your system and your Windows is activated. That's all there is to it. Yeah, it's nothing too crazy. In order to install Windows and use Windows, you can do it for free. You don't need to pay or something like that. But if you want the full access to Windows with all of the updates and having the ability to change the picture on your desktop and stuff like that, then yeah, go ahead and do that. I don't know why I have a picture of a squirrel eating blueberries. Oh, that's Bing changing the pictures on my desktop every time. Cool. Okay, so with that said, let's talk about peripherals. Okay, so let's talk about the monitor. Now, choosing a monitor, it's actually a lot easier than you might think. And there's a very easy way to know which monitor is good or not. But first, let's talk about the different type of monitors you can have. And remember, by the end of the day, it really all comes down to personal preference when it comes to monitors. Some people like small monitors, some people like big monitors, like myself, for example. Some people like ultra wide monitors, some people like bright monitors, dim monitors, and each monitor can be used for different scenarios and different situations, depending on the games you like to play and the environment you're playing your games. If it's like if you play at the evening in your room with the lights turned off, or you mostly play at daytime with a well lit room, it can depend a lot on the type of monitor you can get. Now, because our use case here is very mixed, our viewer likes to play AAA games as well as FPS games. And I'm going to try and guide you towards a monitor that I think will cover pretty much most of the scenarios. And again, because we have a pretty wide budget, we can also play a lot with the type of monitor we can get. Now, before that, let's talk about a different type of monitors. Now, if we go to the monitor section in pcpartpicker.com and we go down on the filtering list down here, we can see the panel type. And the panel type will determine a lot the quality of image that you're getting, and not necessarily the quality, but more of the type of image you're gonna get. The three main type of monitors you can buy these days, which are good, will be either VA type panel, OLED, and also QD OLED, or IPS. And I'm gonna make it very easy for you to determine, to understand which type does what, okay? So let's ignore OLED for a second, and let's talk about IPS and VA. IPS monitors are very vivid in colors and give you very good viewing angles as well as color accuracy. IPS monitors usually perform best at well-lit rooms. For example, like an office, or maybe a room that, like if you play games during the day and you have a window and you like your window to be open and you want to have light inside your room, an IPS monitor will give you much better performance and color accuracy. VA type of panels, which is the one that I use actually behind me, are known to have a better contrast ratio. And what is a contrast ratio? It's the difference between white and black on your screen. So for example, if you play games that are very dark, you will have sometimes better performance with a VA panel instead of an IPS panel, because you will see blacks more deeply and whites and highlights and shadow will show themselves a lot better because the panel has a wider range of difference between white and black. So IPS is good if you want color accuracy, and VA will be better if you want to, for example, even work on your computer and you like to read text. Sometimes text can look a lot more clearer with a VA panel. Now, there's a very big debate whether you should choose an IPS or VA panel, but I'm gonna make it very easy for you. Most of curved monitors, if you're into curved monitors, will be VA panel type monitors. There are some IPS curved monitors, but they're usually very expensive, and because they are very hard to make, It's all about the way they manufacture the monitors and how they make the panels themselves. Curved monitors are a lot harder to make with IPS panels, and that's why you most of the time will get a VA panel. Now, there's something that is superior to all of monitors, and this is also a little bit controversial. You might see some people that are not recommending this, but OLED type monitors are the best that you can get. And the reason why is because OLED monitors combine everything good about IPS, and VA, but does it 10 times better. The color accuracy is insane. The blacks are insane. Even the response time, which is something that I didn't talk about, which is very important for gaming. So the response time will be how fast the pixels can change on the monitor. When the image is moving, the monitor is actually changing pixels. So how fast the response time, how fast the pixel can switch itself between colors, OLED type monitors will have the best performance. Now, I'm not talking about TN panels intentionally, because TN panels are the worst and you shouldn't buy them whatsoever. Don't go to a TN panel. A TN panel will make sense to you if you're a professional gamer and you want to have like a 400, 500 hertz monitor or something like that. In order to get this amount of smoothness in a monitor, you need to sacrifice a lot of color accuracy and a lot of contrast ratio in order to get a very smooth monitor. So only professional gamers who really don't care about colors whatsoever will go with a TN panel. But these days, TN panels are very I can't even think that you can find that many. Even if you take a look here, most of them will be either like very cheap monitors or very high-end monitors with like a crazy amount of hertz. For example, this BenQ Zoe XL2546X is a very well-known monitor for professional Counter-Strike players and Valorant players. But I don't see it as a well-rounded monitor. If you play AAA games, you'll probably have a very bad experience with a monitor like this. So that's why I'm not talking about TN panels whatsoever. So if we want to try to get the best of the best, let's see what kind of OLED and QD OLED monitors we can get. The QD OLED is another type of OLED monitors. I'm not going to go into it too much right now. Just so you know, a QD OLED is kind of a more budget option of an OLED. And again, if it's hard to, like, if I can make it easy for you to understand what an OLED quality monitor is, imagine, for example, if you go into like, a computer and appliance store, maybe like a store that sells a lot of electronics, and they have like TVs on the wall. So if you take a look on all of the TVs, then you will see the TVs that have like the best colors, but like when you see a TV that is very vivid and the colors are very good, that's probably an OLED monitor. Now, in terms of the size of the monitor you should get, this is again a very personal preference, but for me and for the purpose of this video, I would try to get the biggest one and the most well-rounded one that we can get within the budget we have. Okay, so if I take a look here on all the QD OLED and OLED monitors we have, you can see for around $500 you can get a 27-inch. This is another 27-inch, 26.5, 26.5, a 27, a 27, and then you have a 34-inch. Now this 24-inch monitor is from MSI, and something that is important to know about 34-inch monitors, I think I said 24, I meant 34, is These monitors are ultra wide, meaning the aspect ratio on a monitor like this is not your usual 16:9 aspect ratio. It's a 21:9, meaning you are getting the 16:9 view from like a 27-inch monitor. Okay, it's the same height as a 27-inch monitor, but it is a little bit more wider on the sides. Okay, so you get more space on the sides, and that's why it is called an ultra wide monitor. Okay, now this monitor is also a little bit curved, and the amount of curvedness in the monitor is measured by something that is called R, which stands for radius. So the smaller the number, then the curvier the monitor will be, and the biggest the number, then the more flat it will be. And this monitor, I think it has 1800 R curve. Let me double check here. So yeah, you can see it here. It says 1800 R, which says that this monitor is more flat than curved, which I think is a good thing, because if you're looking for a well-rounded monitor to do gaming and some work, and maybe you want to see a movie or read some text, you don't necessarily want your monitor to be very curved, right? You want it to be a little bit more flat, and this is, again, all comes down to personal preference. I'm just showing you an example for what I think is a well-rounded monitor and something that I would pick for myself. But let's zoom out a little bit and talk a little bit more about what kind of features you need to look when you're looking for a good monitor, and also how can you verify that it is indeed a good monitor or not. Okay, so besides the size, the type of panel, the type of aspect ratio you have on the monitor, and the type of curvature you have, you also have the resolution. And in this case, this monitor is a 1440p monitor, but again, because it is slightly wider than a normal 16:9 monitor, it also has a little bit more pixels than usual. A 1440p resolution usually is 2560 by 1440. In this case, it's 3440 by 1440. Because again, you have a little bit more space on the sides of the monitor, then this monitor needs to produce a little bit more pixels. And it is something that you need to be thoughtful of when you're choosing your graphics card. Because if you have more pixels that you need to push to your monitor, you will need a better graphics card and sometimes even a better CPU. Now, in our case, we have a very good CPU and GPU combo that will be more than enough to push all of these pixels. And another important parameter for gaming monitor would be the hertz. So the hertz will determine how smooth the image will look for us, and this monitor has 175 hertz. Now, if we go back for a moment to our list, we can see that some monitors here have 360 hertz. And you might argue that it's actually better. Like if you want to get smoother experience, yeah, you can go with a higher hertz monitor. But remember that if you are playing, for example, AAA games, you're not going to get this amount of FPS, even if you have like the best graphics card and the best CPU ever. Because the higher the resolution you have on the monitor, if you play the game on higher resolution, then FPS will be a little bit lower, and then you're kind of wasting the hertz that you bought into. Something that you need to be thoughtful of is if you're, for example, recording your gameplay and you want to post it somewhere on the internet, or let's say you want to live stream, most of the monitors people use, and when I say monitors, I don't mean only monitors like PC monitors. I'm talking even about like phones and tablets. Actually, no. You know what? Phones and tablets, most of them, when they are in a portrait mode, they use 21:9 aspect ratio. And PC monitors, most of them use 16:9 aspect ratio. That's why sometimes when you see a video on YouTube and it's in a 16:9 format, you will see black bars on the sides. You probably know what I'm talking about. But if you watch it on a computer monitor or on a TV, you will get no black bars. I actually encountered this problem on my channel. And when I actually bought a 29-inch monitor, which also has a 21:9 aspect ratio, and I was filming videos, I had this issue where I had black bars not on the sides but on the top and bottom, because if you are looking on a 16:9 screen, then the aspect ratio gets a little bit weird. But if you're not planning on recording or live streaming your gaming or something like that, then considering a 21:9 aspect ratio is actually a good thing, and you will have more immersive experience, and in my eyes a little bit better view when you play the game. Because if you can take all the unimportant stuffs such as UI and like the map and like how many bullets you have and stuff like that during the game, you have more centered view of what's happening in the center of the screen. A 16:9 monitor will look more complete in your eyes, and you can see like more of the image in front of you. And I know it's a little bit hard to decide like this without actually seeing it in person. But again, what I would suggest, if you are brand new to this and you don't have any experience and you're not considering live streaming or recording videos or stuff like that, I would probably get a 34-inch. For me, for example, after having a bunch of monitors, I decided recently to go with a 32-inch. This one right here. And you can see that this monitor actually is a 16:9, and it's not an ultra wide monitor. This is actually like a big 27-inch monitor. Okay, so let's say you decided on a size and you want to know if the monitor you chose is good or not. What is the way to determine, to understand if you're buying a good product or not? These are very expensive monitors. QD, OLED, and OLED monitors are not cheap, and there is a reason for that. It is not because only because they have better image quality. It's because it's more expensive to produce them. So you really want to nail down if it's a good monitor or not. And what I usually do is I take the model name of the monitor I consider to buy. So let's say, for example, I decided I want to go with a 34-inch monitor. And what I will do is I will take the model, I'll go into Google, and I'll type RThings. RThings is a very popular website that reviews monitors, and most of the reviews are very trustworthy. They don't just specify like the specs of the monitor and tell you like, oh yeah, these are the features that it has and everything like that. They actually test them and validate them. And they also give you a score depending on the type of use you want to do with your monitor. Now, one thing you need to keep in mind that sometimes you might type something, okay, and you might get a little bit of a different model. For example, I typed MSI Mag 341 CQP, and I got the CQPX. And I noticed that because I saw here the refresh rate is at 240 Hertz and not 175 Hertz like I saw over here. With that said, because these are very similar models and probably use the same panel anyway, the score here will be relatively close to what you will get with your model, okay? It can vary sometimes from different models to different models, but as you can see, the score here is very high, pretty much in all use cases but office. Okay, so you clearly understand that this is a gaming monitor more than anything else. They also show you how they test the monitors and give you a bunch of different like ideas, and there's even a video you can watch. So yeah, you can very quickly understand if this is a good monitor or not. They even talk about things like build quality, the stand, if it's height adjustable, what is the ergonomics of this monitor, controls, like pretty much everything you want to know about the monitor you can know with this site. This is a very good site. I really recommend it to do validation and see if the monitor you want to buy is worth buying. Let's see if the 27-inch one shows up in our things. Okay, so we have, again, I typed 271QPX and I got the QRX. And the QRX is a 2560 by 1440, 360 Hertz. But the one that we have is also 360 Hertz. So what is the difference? That is a very good question. Let's try to understand together. So this is a QD OLED, QHD, HDR400. And this one is also the same. Okay, let's Google the difference between the two. What is the difference between MSI, MPG versus our model is QPX? The main differences are the MSI MPG 271 QRX is a higher end model with a 90 watt USB-C power delivery, user updatable firmware, a glossy panel, and a minor RGB lighting, while the QPX is a more budget-friendly option with only 15 watt USB-C power delivery, lacks firmware updates, and does not have RGB lighting. Okay, so I mean, the USB power delivery, I don't think anyone really cares about it. Basically, it means that you can like charge your phone through the monitor, or for example, if you have a MacBook or some kind of a laptop that is chargeable through the Type-C port, you can connect the monitor to the Type-C port of your laptop, and it will both use it to display the image as well as charge the laptop at the same time. It's a cool feature. I don't think it's something you'll be interested in, to be very honest, if you're buying a gaming PC. And the firmware updates, yeah, it kind of sucks that it doesn't have firmware updates, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. And the RGB lighting is like, yeah, sure, like who cares? Most of the RGB lighting they put on the monitors are at the back anyway. But you know what? Let's see actually how much the QRX is costing us. So QRX, it seems like it doesn't show right now on PC Part Picker. Either way, I think it's a good option. It's $100 cheaper than the 44-inch monitor we saw earlier. But again, I think you got the idea on how to test and validate which monitors here are good or not. I really recommend with this kind of budget going with an OLED monitor. But if you don't want to spend that much on a monitor, you can also try and see some reviews on IPS or VA type monitors. For the purpose of this build, I would choose what I think will be the best, and probably what I would get if it was for me. I would get the bigger monitor. I think it makes a lot more sense, and still have the budget to spend on other peripherals such as keyboard, mouse, headphones, and etc. So let's talk about those. Okay, so keyboard, again, this is something that is mostly, personal preference, and it is less about what kind of a keyboard is good or not. It's more about you and your experience with keyboards. I actually bought and sold a lot of keyboards over the years just to try and see like what I like, what I don't like, what is good, what is not good. But if you are new into this and you really don't know what to choose from, I will give you a quick set of steps that you need to do in order to pick a good one that is for you and what you need to know at the bare minimum. Okay, it will require a little bit more investigating by yourself, like seeing more reviews and stuff like this, but I would recommend something that, again, that is based on my experience, and I had a ton of keyboards over the years and I had a lot of experience with them, and I play the type of games that you play, and I understand mostly what people like us. So the first thing you would want is a mechanical keyboard, no question asked. Okay, mechanical keyboards are much faster, they are much fun to use, they have better response time and less delay when you press the keys. If you're playing very fast, the keyboard will be able to recognize a lot more of your actions on the keyboard, and a mechanical keyboard is pretty much the one you want to get. In terms of brands, there are a ton of good brands. There isn't a particular one that I can say that's the brand. Okay, these days there are even some unknown brands which have very good products, and it really all comes down to see some reviews and see like what are people recommending. But I will give you some of my recommendations. Before that, you need to choose if your keyboard will be a 10 keyless keyboard or not. And a 10 keyless keyboard basically means that you won't have this side of the keyboard. The keyboard will be a little bit smaller. Okay, and I will show you what I mean by this. For example, this Corsair K65 Plus is a 10 keyless keyboard. And what is the advantage of a 10 keyless keyboard? If you are a low sensitivity player, and if you play FPS games, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you have your mouse on a very low sensitivity, it means that you have bigger movements with your hand. Then in order to have more space on your mouse pad, and we'll talk about mouse pads as well, you want to have more room for your hand to move, right? That's why you would consider a little bit of a smaller keyboard, so you'll have more space for your hand. Now, 10 keyless keyboards comes in all shapes and sizes. This is, for example, a 75% keyboard. Although it doesn't have the numbers on the numpad on the right hand side of the keyboard, it still have some of the other parts of the keyboard, such as the arrows and also the F keys above. There's another type of 10 keyless keyboards which are a lot smaller. For example, this Razer Huntsman Mini, which do not have neither the arrow keys or the F keys above. And these keyboards are very, very compact. A lot of people like them for competitive gaming because they do give you the most amount of space for your mouse. I actually have one. I have a SteelSeries Pro Mini or something like that. I like it, but I do miss sometimes the F keys, and you need to get used to use the function button like you have in a laptop in order to use the F keys, for example. So if you want to use the F5, for example, you need to press F, the function button, and then 5. And it can be sometimes annoying. And even if you want to use like the arrows, then you need to press function, and then AWSD will be your arrows. So it needs a little bit more getting used to. It's fun to use. It's very compact and small. But if you are into 10 keyless keyboards, I would suggest trying first a 65% keyboard like this one, for example, or even a full 10 keyless keyboard. And for example, this is a full 10 keyless keyboard. And I will explain what is the difference between the two. As you can see here, you don't have the numpad on the right, but you do have, it's a little bit more wider, and you do have kind of the right position for the arrow keys and for the home and delete and page up, page down keys. So basically what they did here is they took the keyboard and kind of cut only the numpad. And if you take a look at the cursor keyboard, you will see that they kind of moved it a little bit more towards inside of the keyboard to make it even more compact. So you can see the difference in size over here, how these keyboards are a little bit different. And again, it's something that you need to try to understand, like what is good for you, okay? But I can tell you, I used to have this type of keyboard. I used to have a very small one. And at the end of the day, I kind of like to have the mix between the two. You can also get a full-size mechanical keyboard, which is totally a thing. For example, this Corsair keyboard is a full-size mechanical keyboard. It even has a wrist rest, but there's something that you need to be careful when you shop gaming keyboards, and it is something I learned based on my experience, unfortunately. Some of the keyboards will have macro keys on the side, and these keys allow you to basically program them to do whatever you want them to do. For example, if you press G8, it will do a bunch of like stuff, like maybe move, jump, and crouch at the same time or something like that. It can do pretty much whatever you want them to do. What I found to be very annoying is, you know, like you have muscle memory and you used to put your hand and try to feel where the end of the keyboard is, then you instantly try to find the control and shift keys, right? Then you know, okay, so this is the end of the keyboard, this is the control and shift keys. Because you have the macros here on the side, I had a keyboard like this. A lot of times I like touched the macro keys and I thought they were the shift and control keys. And then I had like to move my hand a little bit and try to figure out where the control shift, and it was like I was losing my mind, okay? It was very annoying. Maybe for you it doesn't sound like a big deal. For me, I never thought about it until I bought one, and I sold it like 2 days later because I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't get used to it. So again, this is something from my experience from having a bunch of keyboards, playing a lot of games over the years, and this is something I would recommend to avoid. But if you don't think it will be a problem for you, go ahead. But an example for a good mechanical keyboard, which is full size and doesn't have any other weird gimmicks, could be this Logitech, for example. So the G512 is a very solid, minimal, full-size mechanical keyboard. Nothing too fancy, no wrist rest, no dials and buttons and macro keys. Just very solid build quality. It's made out of aluminum. I used to have this keyboard and I really miss it, to be honest. The size in the end was a little bit big for me and I wanted something smaller, so that's why I sold it. But yeah. And by the way, just to show you, let me show you two of my keyboards. So this is the Apex Pro Mini that I have. You can see this is a very small keyboard with no arrow buttons and no F buttons at the top. And I really like this. It's very solid. It's very good keyboard. I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike with this, and man, let me tell you, it performs. Like, this is one of the fastest and more reliable keyboards I ever used, and it's very fun because it's very tiny. Another keyboard I have right here is a HyperX keyboard, and this one is more traditional TKL. I hope you can hear me. TKL keyboard. You can see how you do have the arrow buttons as well as the home and delete and page up buttons right over here, and you also have the F buttons at the top. And this is a comparison size between the two. So you can see how different they are in their sizes. And remember, both of these keyboards are 10 keyless keyboards. And you can see how much smaller the Apex Pro Mini is. Okay, so let's say you decided on a size and now you want to know if your keyboard is good or not. To be honest, it all comes down to how the keyboard looks for you. If you like the aesthetics, for example, I really like this keyboard, this Corsair keyboard. I think it looks very cool. It has this little cute dial at the top, which allows you to change the volume really quickly. I like how it doesn't compromise on the F keys and the arrow keys, but it is still more compact than a TKL keyboard. So it will be somewhere in between what the two keyboards that I showed you right now. It will be somewhere in the middle, right? And I think this is the keyboard that I chose for you in the build that I did. Yeah, it is actually this one. I didn't, I just randomly saw it on the list and I chose that one. But if you take a look on that keyboard on the Amazon listing, you can learn a little bit more about mechanical keyboards. For example, PBT. If you see PBT on a keyboard, it's actually a good thing because PBT stands for double shot. I don't exactly remember what PBT is, but it says that it has the keycaps are much more rigid and much more stronger compared to normal keycaps. And it means that they will last a lot longer. So what they do is they inject double mold plastic into the keycaps, and it makes them a lot more durable and a lot more stronger. What I like about this keyboard is that it is also wireless, which is quite nice. You get a little dongle with it. As you can see, it's very compact with a 75% layout. You can remove the switches, the mechanical switches, if you want different switches. It comes with red switches, and this is also a whole another topic of what kind of switches you should get. Red will be pretty much most of the gamers' choice will be red. I think both of my keyboards have, one of them have a red switch and the other one have, I think, an aqua switch, which is a little bit more quieter. I recommend you to see some more videos about the type of switches. You can hear the difference. If you like a more quiet keyboard, then search for quiet mechanical keyboards. You will see what kind of switches you need to choose. And also it has a bunch of other good things about it, which it has a plate that is more durable, stabilizers for the spacebar, so it will have better feel from both sides of the keyboard. I'm actually interested to buy one for myself. I think it's a very good keyboard, very good looking keyboard, and it has all the features that I want and like, and also it looks nice to me. But again, for you, I would recommend just to see, first choose the size of the keyboard, see the different type of keyboards. Of course, price is also something that you need to consider here. I chose a keyboard that is around $130, which is not cheap. It's not expensive. It's kind of in the middle in terms of mechanical keyboards. But you can try and see different variations, look at reviews, look at what people say about them. For me, I think if I were you and I were just getting started and you do like to play FPS games and you have low sensitivity on your mouse, I would probably get this Corsair K65 Plus. And if you want a more full-size keyboard, you have the K70, which is wired, but it is full size and it also has a restressed under it. So this is also could be a good option. What else here could be good for you? The Logitech one, I showed it earlier. Where is it? Let's see, Logitech G512. There it is. So this is a more bare bones keyboard, with no like wrist rest, with no like special buttons and dials, just a full size mechanical keyboard. This one actually has brown switches, which was the first type of switches that I used. It was my first mechanical keyboard was a Logitech G710 Plus, I think. It had brown switches and they were relatively quiet to red switches, and I really liked it. So this could be also a very good option. And there's more kind of like unknown brands options, which sometimes can be even better than known brands. For example, Keychron makes very high-end good keyboards, and they have very exceptional reviews and people really like them. I never owned one, to be honest. I would like to try one day. But yeah, there's a bunch of good things that you can try. I really tried to give you just more kind of an introductions to the world of gaming keyboards, just so you can understand a little bit more about the sizes and what's good about mechanical keyboards, which are very fast. And I think the size will be probably the most important thing that you can focus on. As long as you pick a good keyboard, you'll be happy either way. Any of these brands make very good keyboards. Just need to see what is suitable for you in terms of price, aesthetics, and what kind of reviews you can get on the keyboard that you would like to buy. Okay, so let's add the Key 65 Plus to our list. And let's talk about mice. And for mice, you can have, again, a bunch of options. But if you're looking to get the best of the best, especially if you are playing FPS, I would suggest going with this one. This is the Logitech Pro X Superlight 2. I don't know if you ever heard about it or like you saw reviews or people are using it. This is, in my opinion, after having a bunch of gaming mices. Do you say mices or mice? I think you say mice. Sorry, my English is not that great. But this is hands down the best mouse I ever used, and I had a bunch of gaming mice over the years. It's very simple. I actually have it right here. Why do I talk about it? I have it right over here with me. The Superlight 2. I had also the Superlight 1. I had the original G Pro. It's the best. It's light as a feather. It literally just weighs nothing. Like, it just weighs nothing. And the effect that the weight has on your gameplay is you don't need to, put extra effort to move the mouse. Your hand movements are much more natural, and as a result of that, you can flick better. You don't feel like you're putting effort into like aiming, and in my opinion, it's just the best. I can even put some footage of me playing right here on the screen. This is from different channels that I have. And again, I played Counter-Strike, I played Battlefield, whatever game you can think of. I think it will be the best for you. People vote with their money, okay? It's just probably one of the most desirable mice out there. You can find it in a bunch of like different colors. A lot of popular professional players use it, but there are other options, good options to be honest. I used to have this mouse as well, the Razer Basilisk, Also, very good mouse. It has this bump on the side for your thumb, which is kind of nice. By the way, if you are left-handed, what I recommend is actually not getting the super light, but I would recommend to get the normal G Pro. And the reason for that, see if I can find the G Pro here, because the G Pro is one of the only gaming mice that has replaceable switches on the side, and you can reprogram the left and right key clicks to be upside down. Okay, so for example, if you're left-handed, you can see that this mouse has the your left, your back and forward button on the left. On this mouse, not the Superlight, the normal G Pro, you can actually take them out and switch them to the other side. On the Superlight, you cannot do that. As you can see, my mouse it has a little bit of wear, but you can see my mouse has no space to do that. Like my buttons are only here. And the reason why I know this is because my friend's son wanted to get into gaming and he is left-handed, so we ended up buying this mouse for him, and we changed the buttons. We programmed a profile on Logitech's web software, so every time he uses the mouse, he can just turn to the left and the clicks will be swapped, and he can use it as a left-handed. So this is a very good option. This is also a little bit cheaper than the Superlight. It's a little bit heavier, not that by much. It's still a very lightweight mouse used by plenty of professional players, and it is very, very good. But this is an option if you're by any chance a left-handed and I didn't know. So yeah, this is what I recommend. By the way, these mouse are wireless, completely wireless, no delay whatsoever. I'm telling you, this is the best one I ever used in my life, and I had a lot of gaming mice over the years. But again, if you want a little bit more options, because I don't know, maybe you want something that looks a little bit different, or you don't like the brand, or whatever, you can get this Razer Viper V3 Pro. This is also a very high-end mouse, very good, used by a lot of professional players, has exceptional reviews on it. It's very fast, it's very lightweight as well. What else can I recommend to you here? The Logitech G502 Plus is also a good mouse if you like more to customize your buttons, for example. And I used to have this mouse as well. I ended up selling it because I didn't really loved all the buttons that it has. It has like a sniper button where you can click on a button and it will zoom in. It has a bunch of like weird, in my eyes, it's a little bit gimmicky. But if you like those kind of stuff and you like a little bit more customizability with your mouse, this is something that I would look into. Again, a very high-end, very good mouse, completely wireless, very lightweight as well. I think I already said that. What else can I recommend you here? Not much, to be honest. If you're looking for the best, these are probably the best. Oh, the Glorious Model O. The Model O are very, very good. Very lightweight. A little bit more plasticky, a little bit more cheap, but it is also a very good option. A lot of players, a lot of people recommend them and use them and like them a lot. You have the classic Razer Defado. If you're not looking to spend much and you just want a good wired mouse, this is not a wireless one. I used to have this mouse as well, and you get the point. I had a lot of mices. Again, I don't know if you say mices or mice, but I had a bunch over the years. All of them are good. In my eyes, this is the best I ever used. I will buy this uh, every time for the rest of my life until I'll find something better. Even if it like breaks down or something, I will still use this because it's so light. It's just you don't feel it. You don't need to like stress with your hand and do like you feel the weight, and it's like it's great. It's really really great. I really like it. But yeah, other than that, I don't see any other options here that are very interesting. But again, you can take a look, see some reviews, decide for yourself. SteelSeries actually also makes some really good mice. The Aerox 5 is a very popular one. So this one is also a wireless mouse that is hollowed. It's very lightweight, also very popular. You can see the amount of reviews it has. When I used to work in the store, in the PC store, a lot of kids come to the store and asked for this mouse. It's just great. It's really really good. In my eyes, I think the build quality of the Superlight is a little bit better, but this is again this is not a cheap mouse by any means. I'm not saying that this has a bad build quality. I just think this one has a little bit better build quality in my eyes. But again, this is a very popular option. You can definitely look into that. And yeah, other than that, I can't really think of anything else here in this list. So yeah, for this build, what I would pick, pretty much a no-brainer for me, the Superlight 2. I use it and I really like it. Okay, I think we have two last components to talk about, which are the headphones and the mousepad. And let's actually do the mousepad first. We can't, unfortunately, filter mousepads in pcpartpicker.com yet. Maybe they will add it in the future. If you're looking for a good mousepad that gives you good performance, I would probably go with SteelSeries. And this is again based on my personal experience. I had a bunch of mouse pads over the years, and I found SteelSeries to be the most reliable, the most fun to use, the most durable to use, and I think they're the best. I can actually show you. I'm using one right here. I have the big QCK mouse pad. I had a few of those. You can see some wear on it as well. You can see over here has this white stain. This is from gliding with my mouse. Yes, this is not what you think. Don't think about it. Okay. So yes, I used them for years. I had the small ones. I had the very big ones. I think they even have an RGB version, which comes with like lights and stuff. I used to have that one. Let me show you. Mousepad RGB. Yeah, it's the Prism cloth. This is the extra large version, which is more wide than its like high. But I think they have the extra large version as well, which can cover basically like your whole desk. I don't see it right now on Amazon for whatever reason, but again, I really recommend SteelSeries. They have very good mouse pads. Another brand that makes good mouse pads is Logitech. They are a little bit more expensive for whatever reason, but they're very good. Very simple. Actually, there's a deal on the G840. $20. What? Oh. That's like half the price. So this is a good option for like excellent mousepad. It's very, very similar to the one that I use. Plain black, pure performance. Very good. Actually, I'm very surprised about the price. Maybe I should order one because yeah, I need to change mine. It has some white stains on it, and it's quite old already. But yeah, Steel Series are good. Glorious actually also have some really good mouse pads. As you remember, we talked about the Model O mouse from Glorious. So they also make mouse pads, which are really, really good. Who else? Yeah. Oh, one thing that you should consider if you see hard mouse pads, I would avoid them. They used to be popular in the past, but I don't know. I don't really. If you like the feel of like plastic under your hand, then yeah, go for it. But most of people and I don't really like it. I like more the cloth feel under my hand. I think it's a lot more comfortable. In the past, it used to be a lot more popular. People used to say that is more faster and it's like easier to glide with your mouse, but yeah, uh, not these days anymore. Razer also has some really nice mouse pads. The Gigantus is a good option. I used to have one. Unfortunately, it got ruined pretty quickly. Uh, so yeah, I changed to something else. Corsair, also on a more on the a little bit expensive side. If you want to have the Corsair logo on your desk, because remember we have a Corsair case. It's not intentional. I'm not sponsored by Corsair or anything like that. But if you get the Corsair keyboard and you have a Corsair case and like Corsair fans and Corsair AIO and you want to have a Corsair logo on your desk, then yeah, you can consider a Corsair mouse pad as well. Also a very good option. Which one would I avoid? Which mouse pads I would definitely avoid? HyperX. I bought one recently, and what I found with HyperX mouse pads is that they're very how to say the word in English? Very rough. Okay, so they have a very rough surface and it's not very smooth. And I found like my hand when I was gliding my mouse, actually, I feel like I'm like gliding my hand on like a Scotch Brite or something, or like a sandpaper. It was terrible. I immediately returned it and I didn't want to use it. So I would avoid HyperX. Although they look very promising, I didn't like it. So HyperX I would avoid, and also Asus are very close to that in terms of the rough surface. I tried an Asus mousepad once, and it had very similar feeling to it. By the way, another cool thing that you can get is actually a wrist rest, and I have, for example, this wrist rest. HyperX makes a really good wrist rest, but not good mouse pads. I'll show you. So when I had the Logitech G512, which was the full-size mechanical keyboard, I bought this wrist rest for my keyboard. And this is actually a very foamy and very pleasant, like very comfortable wrist rest for the keyboard. It's a lot more like it has more thickness than usual wrist rest that you get with a keyboard, for example, if you buy it. And also because it's very like flexible and like it's memory foam, it's a lot more nice to use than like an included wrist rest that you get with your keyboard. So if you have the money and you can like invest in something like this, I also really recommend this. This is very, very good. I actually didn't think about recommending it, but it just popped in my screen on Amazon. So I said, why not talk about it, especially if I have one. So, you know, this is how the world works sometimes. Okay, last but not least, headphones. You will see that there are two types of headphones you can get. One will have a more leather feel on the keycaps, and while one will have a more like this soft padding. So I have the SteelSeries Arctics 1, and what I really like about them is how comfortable they are. They're very lightweight. They don't weigh pretty much nothing. They're very comfortable on your ears, and I like these better. To be honest, I think they're also a little bit more durable. But this is again something that you need to try to understand which one you like and which one you don't. For example, if you want a more leather feeling, this Corsair Virtuoso headphones are actually very good. I have a friend who has them, but they wear pretty quickly. They look very nice. They also have a pretty good sound quality. But again, my friend showed me that after like a year or two, they wear pretty quickly to him. And what I wanted to recommend you is actually the ones that I have, but wireless. Let me show you them. So it'll be these ones right here. So these are the SteelSeries Arctis Nova 5. It's basically the same as I have, but they are wireless. They have, I think, like a 60-hour battery, which is plenty enough for a gaming session. And you can charge them pretty quickly. They have fast charging with the Type-C charger. So that's really, really cool. The sound quality in these headphones are very good. I really like them. The microphone quality is also quite decent. Let me actually show you. So the microphone pops up from one of the headphones like this. It's also pretty flexible, as you can see. It's pretty nice. I really like it. It is also a multi-directional microphone. I think they also specify it here somewhere. Yeah, I don't see where they specify it, but I remember using it, and you either if you have it from this side or like the opposite side, you can hear from both sides. And let's actually try to do a test without breaking the recording. Hey, okay, so you should hear me talk through the headset right now. Let's see. I'm not talking to this microphone. Yes. Okay. So you should hear me through this headset, hopefully, and I'm not using anything else. So this will be from my camera, for example. I have a Logitech like uh, webcam, but this is how it sounds. And this will be from my headset now. And you can see that if I strap the microphone like this, you can still hear me. So that's really cool. You don't need to worry about the like which side your microphone is. But when you're not using it, you can just go like this. And it's really cool. Yeah, and we're back to my microphone. So hopefully it will give you some idea on how good this headset is. Remember, the microphone will never be the same quality as like a standalone microphone, like this one that I'm using, for example. But it's still for a gaming like headset, it's pretty good, and the sound quality is I have no complaints. I had plenty of headphones which I can complain about, but these ones they're just great. And again, people talk with their wallets, and you can see how many people buy them and recommend them, and they're very good. But let me show you a couple more options. Let's say if you want a non-wireless headphones, for example, if you want like something wired, something simple, you can actually get the Arctis Nova 1 like I use. You can also find them in the white color, which I think looks very cool. I actually almost bought the white, but then they didn't have it in the store, so I ended up getting the black ones. What else? The Logitech Pro X, I actually tried them. I didn't like them. They do have the leather-like keycaps, as you can see here in the picture. So this is more leather and not like fabric. Okay, so this is more leather-like. They're a little bit more heavier, and if you like more, like robust headphones, like more studio headphones, so yeah, you can get those. I actually tried those and I didn't really like them. I felt like they press on my head a little bit too much, but they're very good. A lot of professional players are using them. They have a pretty good sound quality and also good microphone quality. And by the way, I think you can actually change the ear cups. Oh, that's something new. I didn't know that. So you can change the ear cups to have fabric ear cups if you really want to, instead of the leather ones. That's really nice, actually. So you can choose either. You can buy this and try and see what you like. So yeah, you have spare memory foam ear pads included with these headphones. So for $100, it could actually be a good deal. They're not wireless; they are wired. So it's something that you need to consider. The HyperX Cloud Stinger 2 are actually a very good option. I bought it to a friend of mine who really liked them. These have the more fabric feel to them and not the leather feel. Pretty cheap, $40. They're wired, of course. The microphone here is not detachable or removable like you saw in mine. It's like getting inside the headphones. So over here the mic is like this. You can fold it up to this position, which is okay. I don't like it that much, but it is okay. Again, if it's your first like gaming headset, you can definitely try something like this. They're very good. Other than that, I used to have the G432 as well from Logitech. These ones are pretty good as well. These are leather-like and not fabric. They're wired, very comfortable, good sound quality. The microphone is not removable here. You get the point. These are the things that you need to look for when you shop for a gaming headset. And these are the companies that are the most popular ones. So Logitech, you'll have SteelSeries, Corsair has some good ones, some not very good ones. I recommend you look at some reviews as well before you buy one. But I really like the SteelSeries. I used to have a few models from SteelSeries, and I really like all of them. They're very comfortable. That's what I can say. But yeah, if you're looking for some really crazy like sound quality, then you probably wouldn't consider gaming headsets and maybe like a studio headphones or something like that. But if you're looking for a gaming headset to talk with your buddies, like playing a game, then yeah, that I would get one of the headphones that we talked about in this section. Okay, so as a bonus section, I want to talk about speakers. You might want to consider speakers and not only headphones, especially if you're like me, getting older. You don't always want to be with headphones. If you're in your house and you want to have some attention to stuff that's happening in your house, if you have kids, I don't have kids or anything like that yet, but I don't know. I found it the more I grew up, the less I wanted to have like headphones on my head and to be disconnected from the world. And I started to use more and more speakers in my gaming station. And to be honest, I have only one recommendation to give you because I can't stress enough how good the speakers that I'm using are. And I'm using Edifier speakers. I'm not sponsored by Edifier or anything like that. I'm just talking from my experience and what I use. So I have behind me the Edifier R1280DB. Let me show you. So this little cute guy right here is, in my eyes, one of the best budget speakers you can get. It's made out of wood. As you can see here, I have the black version. They come in a few different colors and a few different variations. You can have them either with an open side like this, or you can put a grill on them. Let me show you. So if you want a more like a stealth look and more elegant look to them, you can put this grill, which looks really nice. And I really like them purely for the fact that they just sound so good. They sound like 3 time, 4 time more expensive speakers than I ever heard of. And pretty much all of my friends that came to my house and tried them, they asked me like, "Bro, how much did you pay for those speakers?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It cost me like 150 bucks." And they're like, "What? I thought it cost like 500." And just this is the same response I got from anyone that came to my house and heard them. They're just that good. And I do recommend that you see like some reviews on them. And they have a bunch of other different models and variations. And you have like ones with the subwoofer, which are a little bit more expensive. And this is like a 150 watt speaker. And you have ones that have Bluetooth and ones that doesn't have Bluetooth, and more high end one and more less high end one. But I really like them. They're just very good. They're cheap. They don't cost that much. It's something that you can definitely consider adding to your budget and to your gaming station, like I did. And it's a good investment in my eyes. Again, because they're so cheap for like very good speakers, and you can see the amount of good reviews they also have. They have a bunch of like ways you can use them, either if it's like using an auxiliary connection, Bluetooth, maybe RCA. Some of the models have options to control the amount of bass and treble. They just look great. They're not expensive, and they have very, very good sound quality. It's just, I can't recommend anything else, to be honest. All of the PC speakers that you can think of, like Logitech speakers, or like, for example, something like this, yeah, for like 200 bucks, it doesn't even come close to the quality of sound that these speakers have. I, I don't know how to like express it. Just please just watch reviews and see how good Edifier is compared to like the price you pay. It's ridiculous. It's just I do love music myself. I used to play some guitar, so I do know a little bit about music and sound quality. And I'm telling you, they're like the best. If you want something a little bit more high end, you can consider the Audio Engine speakers. They're also very, very good, but they are more expensive. And I'm telling you that a lot of people that came to my house thought that this is the price for the speakers that I have. And I paid half of that. And it's insane. So yeah, I really, really recommend you to check Edifier speakers. If not, and you want something more budget, you do have some good Logitech options like the Z407, for example, which I think there are Bluetooth as well. So yeah, you can plug them either through Bluetooth. You have this little control pad. By the way, the speakers that I have also have a remote. There it is. So it comes with this little remote that you can control your speaker with. It's really nice. It's nice to have something that I thought that I will throw in there and just have as a bonus section to this video. Okay, so in this section, we are going to talk about a little bit where can we save up some money and maybe lower down the cost of the overall build. Because remember that our viewer specified that he wants the build to be in the 2 to 3K range. So how can we take this build and maybe lower it down towards the 2K range? And when I'm saying the build, I also mean about the peripherals. Is there anything that we can maybe change in order to lower down the cost a little bit. So there's a couple of things that we can do that won't affect performance as much, but it will lower down the cost quite significantly. One of the things that we can do is, first of all, we can change the motherboard. So if you remember in the motherboard section, we saw a Gaming X motherboard, which had pretty much the same features and all of the important stuff that we need. And it was, I think it was like $20 cheaper. So let's go ahead and find this one. And there it is. So remember, we talked about how the B850 Gaming has two versions, which one of them is the B850 Gaming, and another one was the B850 Gaming X, which is slightly better, but because this one is on a sale and this one is not, it makes more sense to get this one. And this is a very similar board to the one that we chose. Part of the branding, which is not Aorus motherboard, it has slightly less fancier cooling solution and slightly less USB ports at the back. It will still perform the same in terms of like performance with our CPU and all of the other parts. It's a lot cheaper, so we can definitely change that. Another thing that we can do, you can pick a different memory kit for, again, around $20 cheaper. Let's actually try to find one that will be good for us. And this is the kind of thing that you want to try to do when you build a PC. You always want to aim high at first, and then you want to see, okay, where can I cut some of the things? Do I really need like this very fancy RGB on my RAM kit? Do I really need to have like 10 nanosecond latency? Can I live with 12 nanosecond latency? Yes, you can definitely live with 12 nanosecond latency. It's totally fine. The difference in FPS will be maybe like 1 to 2 FPS, so it's not that big of a deal. But it can definitely save you like $20-30. And when you add all of those things, you may end up finding yourself with like 200, 300, $400 sometimes of spare money that you saved on parts, and maybe just, save a little bit money or spend it in other places that you would like. So one good kit could be the G-Skill Flare X5, which is AMD Expo and Intel XMP 3.0 certified. It will definitely work with our system, and we can also try and find if this kit is supported with our motherboard. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go to the motherboards. Oh, by the way, another thing that this motherboard is lacking compared to the Aorus Elite motherboard is it has Wi-Fi 6E and not Wi-Fi 7, which is, again, it's not a big deal, especially if you don't care about Wi-Fi that much and it's just there for like having it and in case you like need it or something. But either way, if you build a computer for gaming, you probably and you do online gaming, you probably want to have wired connection anyway. Okay, so let's go to the support page again. Okay, we're gonna go to the memory support section. And I'm gonna copy the model name here of the RAM and search for it. And as you see, we do get a couple of hits actually. And I think that's because I didn't copied all of the model name. Let's try now. And there it is. It is shown in the support page of our motherboard, of our like RAM list over here. And this kit cost $30 cheaper. It doesn't have the fancy lightings. Okay, it's a more like a stealth low profile RAM, but it could definitely work. It will have good performance, and most importantly, it supports the speed and latency officially by our motherboard, so that's very good. So let's go ahead and add this one, and we already saved around $50 on our build, which is really good. Another thing we might explore, maybe we can take less fancier SSD. As you remember, we said that SSD do not affect performance directly in terms of FPS. All it does is just makes the maps load a little bit faster, and that is important, but you won't see the difference probably in like huge amount, right? So like instead of like loading it in like 10 seconds, it might load it in like 11 seconds, which is totally fine. So let's go ahead and try to see if we can get some cheaper SSD. Our original SSD cost us $130, and we can go ahead and choose, for example, the Kingston NV3, which I really like. A Western Digital Blue can also work. Both of them go for $115. If you really want to go underdog, the Silicon Power UD90 is actually a very viable option. And this one goes for $100. It's not PCIe Gen 5, it's Gen 4, but it still has pretty high speeds, write and write speed, so will be totally fine. And this is again an area where we can save to almost $30, which is quite significant. So let's go ahead and choose this one. Now I'm not gonna change the processor, of course, because we do want the best processor, the best value processor we can get, because getting the best processor, we will be actually getting the 9800 X3D, but because it costs way more than it actually offers performance, then it doesn't make sense to spend this kind of money. I mean, it is faster, but it's not like $120 faster. Okay, so you always need to look about the difference in terms of cost and how much are you actually getting more performance with the amount of money that you spend on. Okay, for the GPU also, I don't see any reason to go lower than a 5070 Ti. I mean, if you do really want to play only on 1080p, like you said, yes, of course, you can lower down the GPU to be a 5070. And 5070 can also do 1440p quite well as well. But in some games, it might struggle a little bit in 1440p. So I'm going to leave the 5070 Ti, especially if you are going for a 1440p monitor. But if you want, you can definitely go with a 5070, even go with a 1080p monitor. That will definitely save a ton of cost to your build, but I'm trying to keep the build as high as possible and still lower down the cost. And this is just the way I do it, but you can definitely do it in a different way as well. Now, another area we can save cost is the cooler for our CPU. And as you remember, I chose the Nautilus Corsair Nautilus 360 RS ARGB cooler because it had similar vibe to the case that we chose. I'm not gonna change the case because I think the case is important, and it is important to have a good case. You can check some options to have a cheaper case, maybe get like a Montec XR, but I think this one will perform a little bit less good than the Corsair frame. And again, if you found a different case that you really like, I wouldn't spend more than $100, maybe $150 if it's like a really good case. And spending less than that doesn't always make a ton of sense, to be honest. Like, for example, even if you take like an Edge H6 Flow from NZXT, which seems cheap at first, right? It's $75. Oh, it actually does include fans. I thought this case does not include fans. So this could be actually a very good option. It is a dual chamber case, meaning that it is a little bit wider than usual. And although it is some kind of a fish tank style case with the dual-sided glass side panels, as you can see, the fans here are in an angle, which is very untraditional. This case will have slightly better airflow towards the motherboard VRM. As you remember, I talked about seeing some reviews when you use dual-sided chamber fish tank style cases like this, the fans, because they don't blow air directly on the motherboard, it can affect temperatures a little bit, not necessarily performance, but definitely temperatures, which will affect longevity of your system. This case actually offers good value because it has the fans a little bit more angled towards the components in the system. So going with something like this, if you don't care that much about RGB, this can be a good option. Is there a black version? There is a black version, but the black version costs the same as the Corsair case that we chose, which was $105 as well. Yes. So yeah, maybe going with a white case could be an option. You can find sometimes good deals like this. I think I went through enough on how to choose a good case in the case section. So if you're not sure if it's like a good case or not, you can always go back and see the things that I talked about, how I choose a case. And of course, you can also like look reviews and see what people say about it. But yeah, I don't see a way to save too much cost when it comes to our case. You could go with H5 Flow, which is also pretty good case. I actually used the same case in my system. I did a build with it. It's a pretty nice, decent case, but this one, for example, $75. It comes only with 2 fans, one here and one here.
By the way, there is a 4-fan version, which is the one that I used in my build, and it's actually on sale right now for $95. So this one can be a very good option as well.
Again, as I said, you can definitely explore some other options and see what you like, and just make sure that you're not, giving up important features and stuff that you care about, whether it's aesthetics, whether it's a front Type-C, whatever it is. Just make sure you get a good one. But one area we can definitely change and save quite a bit of money will be our cooler. As you remember, I chose this cooler, like I said, because of the aesthetics, to complete the aesthetics of the Corsair frame with the RS fans on it. So we chose the Nautilus cooler for $110, and I talked about it when we talked about CPU coolers, and I actually showed you a couple of options for good coolers that are a lot cheaper. So let's say, for example, you do want to go with AIO liquid cooling, you can definitely go with this Thermalright Aqua Elite. It's already half of the cost, and you're still going with liquid cooling in your system. Now again, there are pros and cons to go with the liquid cooling. As I said, it does look fancier, but the pumps is something that can fail over time. And if you really want to go bare bones as possible and save as much money and also have a reliable system, I would actually go with this Phantom Spirit, for example, from Thermalright, which has crazy good performance, and it's $38 and it still looks good. Like, this cooler is probably one of the best air coolers you can get in terms of performance, and it still looks quite nice in your system. And if you even go for the non-ARGB version, right, you go with the like black and silver color scheme and you don't really care too much about lights, then this one is like $35, and that's way cheaper. But let's say for the purpose of this video, I will go with like the Thermalright liquid cooler, or with the Phantom Spirit 120 SE, which is way more cheaper. Okay, so where else can we save a little bit more of the cost? We can actually drop the fans, the extra fans that we took. As I said, it is a good deal for those fans. I mean, getting 3 ARGB fans for $48 right now on sale is really good. If you're getting like one fan is like $20, so you can go with one of them, which is totally fine. And the reason why you would want to go with at least one of them and not all of the three is because if you remember, the Corsair frame doesn't have a fan at the back. And although it is not important for overall performance, it will just complete the look of the build and will look a little bit nicer. So you can go with one fan, for example, instead of three. And maybe instead of getting like the air cooler, you can go with the like the Thermalright Nautilus, not Nautilus, sorry, Aqua Elite liquid cooler, and it will still look good because even though the fans are not matching exactly the same as our Corsair case, because the liquid cooler will sit on top of our case, we won't see the fans that much anyway. All you will see is the logo of the pump over here as a Thermalright pump, but that's not big of a deal. So this is something that you can definitely do, and it will look a lot more nicer. Going with the air cooler and an extra fan, I think it would look a little bit chunky over here. You will just see like a big block sitting here, and it won't look as nice as much. I think having an liquid cooler over here at the top with like the tubes going here, you have fans here, you have one fan at the back, it's voila, it looks very nice. So again, this is my opinion. Of course, you can play with it, and if you, for example, want more reliability and more performance, then yeah, go with the air cooler. But you see where you can do those little adjustments and save up some money. This is the areas where you can do it. Okay, so with that said, I think we did everything we could on the computer side, and we already shaved around $150 on our build, which is quite nice. Another area where you can save up some money is the monitor. So you could say that spending $600 on a monitor is maybe too much for you right now. Maybe you're just getting started and you're not sure if you like OLED or if you want to spend that kind of money on an OLED. You could find cheaper OLEDs. As I said, if you want, for example, a little bit smaller monitor, like a 27-inch one, this is definitely an option. This one goes for $500 on sale right now on Amazon. This is a very good monitor. It's pretty much the same monitor, OLED monitor I showed before, the 34-inch one, but it's a little bit smaller. It's 27. Small. I say smaller like 27. It's a small monitor. 27. It's a pretty big monitor, and he will be quite happy with this. And you still have the OLED quality, which is much faster response times. It has 0.03 millisecond response time, and it's the fastest monitor you can get for gaming. It's like the best. It's the best quality, best visuals, fidelity, everything, and you still save $150. This is quite significant, but if you want, you could also explore some IPS monitors, for example, or even VA monitors could be a good option. If you do so, I would recommend to make sure you are searching for, for 144 hertz monitors and above. I wouldn't take anything less than that. We can go here and see what is popular and see what people like to take. This Asus monitor is actually really good. I used to have this monitor at my house. I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike on it. It is a 2560 by 1440p resolution monitor, 165 hertz. It cost $250. Like crazy good deal, crazy good monitor. It's very ergonomic. It's very modern. It has very good response time. It's not an OLED, okay, so you won't have the same fast pixel switching like an OLED, but it's still very fast, and it's still very good. And I would definitely recommend going with something like this, which lowered down the price a lot. And this is definitely an area, especially if you're new to PC gaming and you want just to kind of taste and see what you like, and you don't want to spend a bunch of money like out of the gate. This is definitely could be an option. This is another version that goes for $300. This is a 1440p 260 hertz monitor. 1440p 260 hertz. You have a height adjustment. $300. There you go. This is a very good option. For $300, if you're just getting into gaming and you really care about performance, let's see what kind of a rating this one gets in our things. 6.7 out of 10. Looks good. Let's see. PC gaming. Incredibly low input lag. Not noticeable motion blur. Low contrast. Highlights don't stand out in HDR. Yeah. So this is what happens when you compare like normal standard monitors to like OLED. Then yeah, you will have some little bit of motion blur. You have, if you get an IPS panel, then yes, you will have some less better contrast. Even, you know, try to see maybe a VA monitor if you really want those deep blacks and to have a very good contrast. We can try and see, maybe we can get a VA panel. This one from Asus is actually a good option. This is a 32-inch monitor. It's a little bit bigger, so it's the size that I have behind me. I actually use the VA panel myself. I really like the deep blacks. This one is a curved monitor, but it's not that crazy curved. As you can see, it's more on the flat side. And as you remember, I talked about the R, the radius. The lower the number, the curvier the monitor will be, and the higher the number, the less curvier it will be. So it is a little bit curved, but not crazy curved, which is still playable for me. It's still fine. It doesn't have height adjustment. With a 32-inch monitor, I don't think you have to go with height adjustment, but this is something that could be a good option. So yeah, you can see it already has a little bit better rating, way cheaper than an OLED, and I could definitely see myself using a monitor like this, especially if you're just getting into gaming. This can definitely work. And yeah, you could explore more options and see what else is good around here. But again, I think for, especially if you're someone that is just getting into gaming, going with a 27-inch probably will be a good starting point. But I think you get the point. You can definitely save a little bit more money on your monitor. But if you don't want to miss the OLED experience, but you don't also want a very big monitor, you can definitely go with the 27-inch one. I think this is a good starting point. I think it will give you kind of from all worlds, because you do save up some money for once. Second, you still get an OLED, which will be the best for gaming and the best response time. Let's actually like see the rating on this model, right? Yeah, 9.2 out of 10. So it's a crazy good monitor. Again, over here we see the QRX, and the model that we are looking on is not the QRX. I think it's the QPX. Yeah, this is the QP, not the QRX. And the main difference is that the QRX is 360 hertz. Our monitor is only 240 hertz, which is still totally fine, but you can see how good ratings OLED monitors get, especially for gaming. They're pretty exceptional. And I think it also has all the sweet spot in terms of size. It's a 27-inch one. It's not too big. It's not too small. You still have the option to go 1440p here, 240 hertz, $500. Even if you choose this one with all the other things that we changed, you're already at 2,739. But this will be my ideal gaming setup in terms of like the CPU. I would keep the 7800X3D. I would keep the 5070 Ti. Again, if you want, you can go with the 5070. It will save you a little bit more of the cost. So a 5070, for example, will cost you $200 cheaper. Definitely an option you could explore. If you are focused on 1080p and you don't want to go any more than that, yeah, by all means, you can change this to a 5070. Let's get rid of the liquid cooler. Let's say I want to keep the ARGB and I'll get an air cooler with ARGB. Keep all the other stuff. The case, for me, it's a no-brainer. The power supply at this point, you don't really have to go with 1000 watt. I think it will be a little bit of overkill for this kind of system. For example, this AG MSI power supplies, which are very good and they're actually pretty cheap. I used to have one of these power supplies for myself, and I think it's a very good option. They also come with a 10-year warranty. Although they don't show in like the normal list in the PSU tier list, but they're still in a tier A speculative position. I think it's totally fine. Seriously, this definitely could be a good option. 116, it will make a lot more sense. You can even go with a 750 watt one if you really don't see yourself like upgrading your PC like down the road with something very crazy like a 5090 or something. Yeah, $96. Definitely a thing. 5070 RTX 5070 recommended PSU is like 600 watts, I think. Let's see, recommended PSU 650 watt. So going with a 750 or 850 watt power supply, definitely a good option. Yeah, you decide if you want to spend $116 or if you want to spend, where is it? I got confused for a moment here. Oh, there it is. So you decide if you want to spend $115 or $96. Okay, and this is totally depends on you. Again, if you're not planning to upgrade your computer, probably go with this one. Even without changing the OLED monitor and all of the other peripherals that we got, like the super light mouse, which is like the best gaming mouse in my eyes, especially for FPS. We got the fancy Corsair keyboard, the mechanical one, and an OLED monitor, and the Arctis Nova 5 wireless headset, right? We are already at 2500. So you can definitely change some stuff, either if it's on the computer side, either if it's on the monitor side or the peripheral side. I think I kind of showed to you pretty much everything that is good and it is worth checking and see what you like. And with that, I think I will wrap up the video over here. So I really hope that you enjoyed this one. I know it's been a long ride, but this is the kind of videos that I wish I had when I started learning everything about computers and trying to see like what's good, what's not, which brands are like worth your while and which are not. I think at the end of the day, the brand is less important than having a good overall like understanding and like the features, right? And like what value it actually gives to you, and be more focused on like the specific models, on like recommendations from people to see what like, okay, do people like buy this part? Do people like leave reviews on this keyboard or this mouse? Is it good or is it not? If you have any questions that are left unanswered, feel free like to comment down below, to contact me on any of my socials down here below, and I'll be happy to help. This is what I do, and I love to do it, and I'm here for you. So I hope you enjoyed this one. If you have any questions, feel free, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye.